Good evening, everyone. I'd like to call to order the planning board meeting for February 7th, 2023. My name is Carrie Martinek, Chair of the Planning Board. Before we get started, I will read a few announcements. This open meeting of the Planning Board is being conducted remotely pursuant to Chapter 22 of the Acts of 2022, an act relative to ending certain COVID-19 measures adopted during the state of emergency, signed into law on July 16th, 2022. All members of the Planning Board are allowed and encouraged to participate remotely. The act allows the Planning Board to meet entirely remotely so long as reasonable public access is afforded so that the public can follow along with the deliberations of the meeting. The public is encouraged to follow along using the posted agenda unless the chair notes otherwise. Members of the public who wish to view the live stream of this meeting may do so by going to Northborough Remote Meetings on YouTube via the link listed in the agenda. Ensuring public access does not ensure public participation unless such participation is required by law. This meeting will feature public comment. To confirm, board members and persons anticipated on the agenda are remotely present and can be heard. Please state the following. Members, when I call your name, please respond in the affirmative. Bill Pierce.
Here.
Amy Pretsky.
Here.
Anthony Zaitin.
Here.
Millie Milton.
Here.
And staff, when I call your name, please respond in the affirmative. Lori Connors.
Here.
Fred Litchfield. Oh, Fred, we didn't hear you there.
Here.
Great. Okay, ground rules for presenters or applicants listed on the agenda. The chair will invite each speaker or applicant on the agenda by name to make a presentation and speak to the application. Participants will provide their full name and hold until their name is called. Each speaker will be asked to mute their phone or computer when not speaking and to speak clearly in a way that helps generate accurate meeting minutes. Those responding will be asked to wait until the floor is yielded to them by the chair. Speakers who wish to respond to the comments of others do so through the chair, taking care to identify themselves. Each vote taken by the board or committee will be conducted by roll call vote. For public comment, the chair will afford public comments as follows. By phone, dial *9 to raise your hand and wait to be recognized by the chair. Please note party and number will be visible to those viewing the meeting. By Zoom, click raise hand on the bottom of your screen and wait to be recognized by the chair. The chair will ask members of the public who wish to speak to identify their names and addresses only. Once the chair has the list of all public commentators, the chair will call on each by name and afford approximately 3 minutes for any comments. There is no executive session for this evening, so that concludes my announcements. And with that, we'll get started with tonight's agenda. Before we get started, I do want to say that we have a really packed meeting tonight. So I'm going to try to run this as smoothly as possible. There's a lot to get through. So I'm going to kind of walk through the approach as we go through each hearing tonight. Also want to thank everybody and staff as well, Lori, Fred, everyone on the board for the effort to get all the materials. It was a monster effort tonight to get everything together. A lot of documents flying around up until today, and all that hard work is appreciated. So let's see. For the first item on the agenda, we have the continued public hearing for 79 Bartlett Street site plan approval for a replacement of 2 existing athletic fields, a track, 9 tennis courts, spectator seating, lighting, and construction of associated improvements at the athletic complex. So with that, we will invite the applicant, the team, to come in and we'll get started there. So let's see, who do we have here? I know we just had, I know we just had Kathy. There's Kathleen. Okay, we'll bring Kathleen in.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Who
Okay.
else would you like to pull in from your team?
It should be,
Oops, we can't hear you, Kathleen. Oh, we have, for some reason, you're on mute here.
here too. Am I good now?
Oh, yeah, we can hear you. Yeah,
Video, whoops, there we go. Yeah, I was on and then I was off, so.
no problem. Okay, who do you have others from your team that you want to bring in?
Matt Kinlan.
Oh, yeah, there's Matt. Hi, Matt.
And we got Greg. I don't know, Greg, is Keith on or is it just you tonight?
Keith is joining us as well.
Okay,
So good evening.
all right.
Do you
All
see
right.
Keith in there?
I think that's it, other than, I don't know if Keith, there he is. Okay.
Okay, well, welcome. So why don't it, for this particular hearing tonight, I know we talked before, we had some planning director had some comments
Yep.
There were some additional notes from her memo, and then it looks like you replied today with some comments on her memo, and we also have a report we're waiting for. So why don't your letter came back to us a little late today. So why don't
Yeah.
you take some time to kind of maybe talk through your responses to where we are in terms of the planning director's comments and anything else remaining from our last hearing.
Okay, all right. Well, thank you and good evening, everybody. Yes, back, I guess it was February 2nd, we received Lori's second review on our comments, our response to comments, which we had submitted. And there were like 4 outstanding comments. The first being to provide additional data regarding potential for carcinogens in our track, as well as the tennis surfacing. And we've provided updated MSDS sheets for the various layers and such involved with that. So we're hoping that that addresses that comment. The next comment was regards to some additional details on the light fixtures, which we also attached, as well as some ADA, the addition of some ADA ramp details and slope details to be added to the plans. And I think that's about it. We did provide 2 updated drawings and a detail sheet as well to address that. And as you are aware, or just to make you aware, that the regional school district has gone under contract with Weston and Sampson to do their review of the chemical components and such associated or potential associated with the various turf components. And they're also going to be doing background soil sampling at the existing field to see what levels that maybe perhaps PFAS or such could be in the fields under present conditions. And I think that's where we're at. And I'm hoping that that's the kind of last outstanding item that we anticipate to have in the next couple of weeks.
Okay, and for all of the data sheets that came to us today, so there's that's about 105 pages here.
Yeah.
Is this something that the peer reviewer is looking at these data sheets, or is this something we need to be reviewing? What is the anticipated next step for these data sheets?
Well, I know Lori had requested the information, so I'm not sure, Lori, if you had anticipated them to review it, or most of them are what we refer to as material data sheets, which is issued when a product is manufactured and such. And I think pretty much, and Matt, you can correct me, but it identifies there's actually a spot on those sheets that says whether there's carcinogens involved with the product, and I believe they all say there's not. I think there's a couple that maybe during installation, there's some fumes when they put some of this down, but then it's not once it's in place. So
unfortunately, I didn't have sufficient time to review the submittals today. However, I did quickly look at a couple of them. I didn't look at the sheets that Kathleen is referring to. I know Fred typically looks at those sheets. So Fred, I'm assuming that you'd feel comfortable reviewing them again. And like Kathleen says, they do pretty much tell you whether it's a concern or not on the sheet. So that probably will be sufficient information for the tennis courts and the track. What do you think, Fred? Not to put you on the spot.
No problem. I am happy to take a look at them, and I didn't get a chance today, but I will take a look at them, and we can chat about it and let you know if there's anything of concern, but they're pretty standard. So I'll have to see what it looks like.
perfect.
Okay, and anything that's outlined in red, is that something you want us to pay specific attention to, or was that?
I believe we were just trying to help you zero in on the conclusion regarding the findings, that's
Okay.
presented regarding carcinogens.
Okay, great. And then I see you attached a few updated plans here. Is this something you wanted to share and just walk through any notable changes since the last time we met, or?
We can. just get there.
So it starts at, I think, 103.
I'm just trying to get to them. I don't know why I didn't have it up, but.
I also have it if you want me to share my screen, although you may want to put your
I
mouse.
can share. Okay. Matt, do you want to speak to these or you want me to do them?
Yeah, I can speak to him.
Okay. All right. Can everybody see the drawing? Oh, hold on. Probably not. Now can everybody see the drawing?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Okay, so if you can see right to the left here of the field, we extended the new asphalt to extend all the way to the existing concessions and the proposed storage shed area. That's what that shading is referring to. And we added a tactile warning strip as required for any handicap ramps in that area where the cursor is, as well as at the 5 parking spaces, handicap parking spaces over, to the left right there. And then we also, on the next sheet, we have a grading plan that just shows elevations, just to confirm that we are ADA compliant. And then this detail sheet right here, detail number 7, shows the typical accessible curb ramp with the tactile warning strip. It has the maximum and the preferred slopes, and as well as a level landing at the end of each of these ramps. And then we have the maximum cross slopes and the 5% maximum slope as required by ADA for all walkways. And I added a note there just to make sure that everyone knows that it is for all walkways on the site.
The ADA compliance are also covered in our general grading notes as well. For the contractor will need to comply with those requirements. And then this detail just represents the what's required. So.
Yeah, and that's pretty much it for that addresses at least two
Yep.
or three of the 4 comments that
Yep.
are outstanding.
Thank you for addressing those.
Thank you.
No problem.
Okay, do board members have any questions about the responses to the memo? Recognizing you may not have had a chance to look through it. Any immediate questions about the revisions or the memo?
I really didn't get a chance to look through it all, so
Okay.
I don't want to ask
Anything?
questions that were already answered in it, so.
Okay. Anything from staff? Any additional questions or comments?
No, they've done a really good job of addressing my concerns. So thank you for doing that.
You.
None for me.
Were you able to save that area we talked about before with the pavers, the new pavers?
We have, what we've done is we've dictated to the contractor, we noted that the bricks to be saved and set aside and reused as much as possible. So that'll be worked out as we, go into final, but we will keep the bricks and the intention is to put back most of them.
Okay, great. All right, if there are no other questions from the board or from staff, this is a public hearing, so I will open it up for public comments at this time. I know we received some emails as well that we can speak to. If there are any public comments, please raise your hand and you'll be allowed to speak. Okay, first we have G.E. Campbell, which I think may be George Campbell. George, if you just say your name and address.
Hi, good evening, George Campbell, 38 Sunset Drive, Northborough.
Hi, welcome.
Thank you. I just had I had a couple questions. I submitted a letter of comments. And first, I want to say I absolutely support renovation of the high school athletic fields, including the tennis courts. I play tennis there with my family, so I absolutely understand there's a lot of cracks in the courts. They need to be fixed. Absolutely support the track. What I don't support is artificial turf on just really a number of levels for a number of reasons. But the first question I have is who's responsible for, there's a website describing the proposed proposal. Who's responsible for that?
Is it the school run? What is it? Is there a title to it? I think there's a Gongplex website.
Yeah,
Maybe
that's
I
it.
can-
That's it.
Okay.
Yeah, I was just curious who prepared that? I was just curious. Is that
Does that come from?
I'd be happy to answer the question.
Yeah,
So
sure, go right ahead.
so hi, this is Greg Martineau, superintendent. So we have an athletic complex building committee, and one of the members on the committee, who is a citizen, helped us establish the site, and the site is run by one of the members of the committee, but it is school sponsored.
the reason I'm asking is there's a section on safety, and that section on safety references two articles. One of which is quite old, but both of those articles are by Mr. Myers, and his research is sponsored by the turf industry. So it's very selective assessment of safety. And I just want to say that the NFL Players Association, in their contract negotiations, because of injuries, absolutely does not want to play on artificial turf. The U.S. national women's soccer team has also negotiated to play their games on grass, and they're not alone. My thinking is there's really a lot of literature on injury, and if those parties, if artificial turf is not good for those parties, I don't think it should be good for our players, our students. I know there's been articles on both sides, injury, non-injury, but I think there is quite a lot of literature, which I certainly could share with the board on injury and abrasion with artificial turf.
Okay, great, thank you. And I know you shared some documents that I actually had a couple questions coming out of, so thank you. Any other comments from you?
I just really feel it's really a step in the wrong direction. I think any independent assessment of costs over 15 to 30 years, there is a lot of unknowns for disposal of material. Once it needs to be replaced, will it be recycled today? Is it a recyclable material today? Maybe, but in 15 years, the market could absolutely change. I think the polymer coating that's proposed, certainly may be better than the crumb rubber, but that also, the material proposed certainly could cause microplastics released into the environment. And I just feel that on so many levels, it's really a step in the wrong direction. These fields will create heat islands, and considering the state of the climate, I think it's really a step in the wrong direction for the town and the state.
Okay, great. Thank you so much for your comments.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments at this time?
I actually, oh, sorry, Amy. I
That's
had a few questions that I don't know if they were answered in the information that was provided. So I'm sorry, I didn't get a chance to look at it. And if they were, just refer to that. But I know that it was mentioned that demand exceeds available playing time and that some schools won't compete on our fields, but I didn't really see any data that was supporting those statements. And I think I'd like to see if you could provide some of the data that shows us that we weren't meeting demand, when we weren't meeting demand, and what some of the, what schools won't do it, or was it weather related? I just kind of want some data that supports what we're looking at. So if that was in there, I'll look forward to reading it. And also, did it have a cost analysis of grass versus turf over the course of years? It did have that, because I think that was one of the questions that was previously asked.
We didn't provide a formal response, but we do have a cost estimate comparison, and the grass field, keeping in mind that, a state-of-the-art grass field versus the turf field will still continue to have a sub base with drainage, piping and things, very similar. And the cost difference that we have is it's about $720,000 for a top of the line grass field. And it's about $1 million for a synthetic turf field. But keep in mind that your maintenance cost per year for the grass fields runs closer to $25,000 to $30,000, where a turf field is closer to $7,000 a year. So it does even out eventually.
And the lifespans are about the same?
The grass field, the turf fields, I think we had indicated can last, anywhere from 12 to 14 years. And that's the surface, that's not the base, and all is fine. A grass field, it all depends on how often, well, first off, maintenance practices. If it's, a, highly maintained grass field, then obviously it can take more use, but your average grass field can only take 250 hours of play per year, at which time it needs to be rested, and folks need to be off of it. And the problem that the schools have, and not just this school, almost every town in Massachusetts, is there's just so many programs. I know you talked about, the numbers and the usage. If you take, freshman, JV, varsity, then you take girls, boys, lacrosse, soccer, all those different sports, and football and all of that. It just adds up a lot to be dispersed around, a limited number of grass fields. And that's, why the fields, are, in the condition that they are today, because they just get overused and are over compacted.
But that amount of use really wouldn't change whether it's turf or grass. You're just saying that we have to rotate and can't use them all?
And it's providing that, the availability, and the school, obviously the school's intent also is to hopefully, because these fields can be used with the lights, theoretically 24/7, and in bad weather and such, then you don't have, rescheduling issues and cancellations and things like that. It just gives them the opportunity to open these fields to other programs too, not just high school, but, youth programs and such.
Mm-hmm.
Millie, is that it for you? Did you have something else there?
Yeah, that's it. I definitely want to take a look at what the materials. So thank you for that. I appreciate it.
Amy, you have something?
My question is more of a board question. As far as our purview, are we just looking at the site layout and we'll read the MSDS sheets and look at the carcinogens? But in the end, if there are no carcinogens shown, is it up to us to pick turf over grass, or is all this information going to go to like the high school? Are you having meetings with the public and it's going to go to town meeting? Like, I'm not sure as a planning board if our choice is turf versus grass. That's what I wanted to ask, maybe Lori or even the superintendent. Like,
Also, we have Attorney Dineski on the phone if you want to bring him in too. But anyway, Lori, do you know that answer?
So of course, what they're asking for is site plan review. So I would say that generally, as long as the submittal complies with the rules and regulations, the zoning bylaws, then, you know, it pretty much would be approved. So it's not the use itself that you're approving. Outside of, the one exception, of course, is it is within the groundwater protection or overlay district. But that has to do with the protection of the groundwater supply. So, you know, there are specific findings that you have to make regarding the groundwater supply. But as long as you are able to say yes to those findings, then I would think that it would be your purview to approve it, and ultimately town meeting would make the decision as to whether they're willing to pay for turf fields versus a grass field. Fred, certainly correct me if you feel differently, and town council is there as well. So I certainly won't be upset if you have a contrary opinion.
Well, I don't know about, I can't speak for Attorney Dineski, but I don't. I think that you and I have talked about it before, and you hit it pretty much on the head. As long as the criteria and the special permit can be granted in the groundwater area, then it really should be up to the voters and the town to decide if they want to do it for financial or safety issues, not groundwater.
And this is David Doneski. Under the site plan review and under any of the other regulatory provisions we've been discussing, I wouldn't see the choice of surface as being a planning board decision. So one way of just saying I concur with what both Laurie and Fred have said.
Out of curiosity, Superintendent Martineau, did you hold a public, or not a public hearing? Yeah, feedback session, was that last night with parents? Any like consistent theme that you heard or would you be able to share?
Yeah, so we did hold a community forum last night. We've also had this on our regional school committee agenda as a topic for discussion for many meetings. I think that I would characterize the questions that we received as more about supporting the overall project. I did have a conversation with one person who requested that one of the multi-purpose fields be grass versus turf. That was the only question that I received around turf versus grass.
Okay. So the one thing that I did see, and just in terms of cost, and I suppose this will be up to the voters either way, was the articles that Mr. Campbell sent over. It was the NFL women's soccer and the injury report. It did bring up some different things that have come up with the towns who have pursued turf, the maintenance cost per year, having to water it, the rug repairs, and then of course the whole thing about injuries, even heat injuries. I was wondering, I mentioned it to the town planner, it would be interesting to hear from other schools if like what their experience is. Have they thought maintenance would be low, but it was actually much more than they thought? Or did it rip, or did the rug rip 5 years down the road? I don't know if that's useful for this board to know if we're not tasked with making that choice, but it may be something I imagine voters would be curious. What is of all the towns around us? I think there are a couple. What towns around us have turf now? Does Westboro?
Yeah, I think we are one of two schools in our Mid-Watch League that have grass fields. The remaining communities have turf fields. So our athletes and our student athletes are playing primarily on turf fields when traveling to away games at this point.
And have we heard any feedback from the other schools, or I suppose we didn't?
No, I mean, I think that the feedback that I've heard from superintendents and athletic directors and principals is really the ability to extend seasons, the limitation of grass fields in New England, being able to expand access to our fields to community groups, youth sports, and our student athletes is really important. And I think schools have benefited from that. I'll give you an example. Our field hockey team, for example, has to travel to play its games. So the field hockey team would be able to play on site at Algonquin with these fields.
And why can't they now?
There's just not a field for them to play on.
Well, then I guess for us, what we need to consider is the safety. So this whole report they're receiving will really talk about the safety of it. And that's where I guess we come into play, is just considering what are the implications from a safety perspective. We did receive a letter today. It looks like, I don't know if that person's in the audience. I don't see Kevin Doherty. If you're in the audience and you want to speak to your letter, you can, or else I don't know necessarily if he's in the audience. Okay, so we did receive another letter today from Kevin Doherty. I don't have his address in this letter, but just asking for, let's see, any sort of information around the 1,200 seat venue. Is that something, was a smaller venue considered? Is that based on current average attendance, or how did we come up with 1,200 for the number of seats?
Mr. Doherty was at our public forum last night and actually asked the same question. But I will reply. The number of seats is actually just a few more than what we had previously. And the reason it's a little bit bigger is because we will now be upgrading the stands to accommodate handicap. There's actually spaces for handicap folks. Wheelchairs will have ramps. There's literally cutouts for people with wheelchairs, as well as a companion with them, like there's special designated areas. And we also are providing the lift. Again, disabled can get up to the press box and perhaps, work the scoring or something along those lines, which are not available today. Working with the school, one of the other things that controlled the number of seating is related to the number of restrooms and the plumbing code. And we are able to, right now, the school does not meet the plumbing code for in regards to the number of seats to the number of restrooms that are required. So we are also working on upgrading the existing amenities building to provide those additional restrooms, and that number was kind of dictating also, how many seats we could have in the grandstands.
Okay, another part is just a matter, are there any alternative proposals that were considered? Was there an RFI or alternative proposals? I don't know if that was already asked, but is that something?
Yeah, so this work.
Oh, so we can't hear you there.
Whoops.
Yes, so this work actually started in 2013 and 14. The Athletic Boosters Club partnered with a school district in 2014 with Gale Associates and conducted a feasibility study and did some initial schematic design. Nothing came to fruition as a result of that work. When taking this topic back up as a school district, we did again partner with Boosters, and we actually were able to capitalize on the Boosters investment with Gale Associates, and we continued the partnership. We also researched firms, talked to local school districts, and Gale Associates came highly regarded in terms of design, engineering, specifically around athletic complexes.
Okay, and then the last one was just in regards to, as we remove all the existing scoreboards and signs, that reflect the sort of former Algonquin, I guess, mascot or history. Is there any consideration for a monument in the complex? I didn't see one in the site plan necessarily, so I don't believe that to be the case, but anything?
No, at this time, there's nothing in the site plan that would provide any acknowledgement of the past mascot for Algonquin Regional High School. However, the high school is working on kind of history of the Algonquin and impact Algonquin has had on this area in this region. So that will be an inside display case of Algonquin Regional High School, but there would be nothing to prohibit us in the future to do something outside, potentially maybe on one of the exterior walls of the amenities building, but nothing in the site plan at this time.
Okay. All right, I think that was all the feedback we had come in from the public, and I don't see any further public comments here. Oh, Laura, you had something?
Well, we just got a very, very late email from Bob Frederico.
Oh, okay.
So it was an attachment to an email. He had some concerns about exterior lighting, kind of scoreboard references, clamping for the scoreboards and bleachers, the storage building, having to do with structures over 8 feet in height, need foundation footing plans. The amphitheater needs to meet 2015 IBC requirements, and then the need for stamped engineered drawings for retaining walls over 4 feet in height. So I did email that to you, Kathleen, right before the meeting, but it was probably...
Yeah, we'll address it. I know some of it's in the code references, you know, we will be provided with stamp. We will provide, but we will be provided as well with stamp plans for the specific foundations and all of that as part of our bid documentation and such. So we should have all of those covered.
Okay, and Laurie, when you have a chance, I don't know if that came to the planning board as well. Maybe it did. I have a slew of emails here.
Yeah, I think I sent it, you know, like 10 minutes before the meeting started. So chances are nobody has seen it as of.
Okay. All right, great. So in that case, it sounds like we're at a point, and let's figure out next steps. So we have the review coming back, and we expect that. Do we have a timeline for that?
We're hoping by early March.
Okay. Let's see. So we have the comments from Bob to be addressed. We have Lori, everything in your memo looks like it's been answered. Fred, you're going to take a look at the latest memo with all of those materials. Okay, anything else we need to solve before the next meeting?
I'm just curious to announce, like, are there any other public hearing meetings with the school? Or is it just school committee meetings? Like, are there any other public forums coming up in case anyone's watching?
So school committee meeting, it is on the agenda and will be on the agenda for future meetings. So the next meeting is tomorrow's 8th, I believe the 15th. Wednesday, February 15th at 6:30 p.m. And it is an agenda item on the agenda, and also audience sharing is an opportunity for people to ask any questions, share any concerns.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, any other items that we would need? I think that's it. So board members will need to go through the memo that came today. Fred's going to review that. We have the peer review coming in. We have Bob's comments. The planner comments have been addressed. Did we settle on all the waivers? Are the waivers resolved? that we needed? Laura, you recommended partial waivers for some, so whatever. Do we need to vote on any waivers or that we're okay at this point?
You'll vote on those when the public hearing is closed.
All right. Okay, then why don't we look to our next hearing for this? If the review doesn't come in until March, should we plan on March 7th as a good time to come back? Does that work? Okay, so we'll do March 7th at 6 p.m. Does that work for the applicant as well?
It does. Thank you.
Okay, so let's see. Oh, it's a weird month. That's why it's so late. The first Tuesday is still the 28th. Okay, I see. All right, great. Then in that case, is there a motion to continue the public hearing to 6 p.m. on March 7th, 2023?
So move.
Second.
Okay, moved and seconded. All in favor, Amy,
Aye.
Lily,
Aye.
where's Bill? Oh, Bill,
Aye.
Anthony,
Aye.
and Carrie's an aye. Okay, great. So this hearing will take place again at 6 p.m. on March 7th. Thanks so much.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, what I'm going to do, I'm going to quickly jump to Crawford Street and the A&R because those are a couple of things we can just handle really quickly. For the 317 Crawford Street, we have the continued public hearing for 317 Crawford Street site plan approval for site disturbance of 42,500 square feet of land. Seems like we just have a request to continue here. I don't know if anybody is representing Crawford Street tonight, or we can just continue to, looks like June 6th at 6 p.m. Is that the last you've heard, Lori?
Yes, I don't expect the applicant to be on tonight.
Okay. And is it just something they're still preparing all the revised materials and whatnot?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so in that case, is there a motion to continue the public hearing to 6 p.m. on June 6, 2023?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, all in favor, Bill,
Aye.
Amy,
Aye.
Anthony,
Aye.
Millie?
Aye.
Carries an aye. Okay, 317 Crawford Street continues to June 6th at 6 p.m. Really quickly, we have an A&R for 363 Crawford Street. If Lori just do you have that on file you could share or available to just?
Sure. So the proposal is to convert one very large parcel into 4 parcels. So there is an existing house at 363 Crawford Street. And then the other 3 lots will get their frontage off of Reservoir Street. There is an issue with zoning violation where they are showing that 2 of the driveways would not be through the lot frontage. I did notify the surveyor that that was an issue. I suggested 2 different scenarios. They can either go to the ZBA and ask for relief from the requirement that the driveway has to be through the lot frontage, or they can file a common driveway permit with the planning board. So they're considering their options. The placement of the driveways is not something that the planning board can deny the A&R for. Pretty much the only things that you're entitled to look at are access to the site, meaning the quality of the road, access from the roadway to the site, and whether the lots have sufficient frontage. So all of those 3 aspects are complied with. So I recommend that you folks endorse the A&R plan.
Amy,
Even though you just said that there isn't access to the site?
There is access to the site. So both Reservoir Street and Crawford Street are roadways of sufficient construction standard. And there are no real impediments that would impede access to the various lots. And as I mentioned, they all have complying frontage. So the only issue is the way they designed the driveways is in such a way on 2 of the lots that they won't be able to get a building permit. So I just gave the surveyor a heads up that these are issues that will have to be addressed.
You don't happen to have the plan up, do you? That you could just share your screen?
I have it in front of me. Let me, if
Is
you
it
bear with
online?
me a minute, I can probably get it. So just bear with me for a minute.
I guess I just get confused because you just said there was no frontage through the lot, which is what we need to approve an A&R, but then there is frontage through a lot.
There is frontage. No, what I was talking about is the driveway access.
So there's
So
frontage, but no
our-
driveway access.
The definition for lot frontage says that the driveway has to be through the lot frontage.
Mhm.
And let's see, here we go. So I'm going to share my screen. So as you can see, so this is the existing home over here. So there's no issue with this one. This is 363 Crawford Street. So then they're proposing to create 3 additional lots. No issue with this lot right here. They have their driveway through their lot frontage. But this lot right here and this lot right here, they're proposing the driveway through this first lot. So that's the problem, is that they have to have their driveway through their own lot frontage in order to qualify for a building permit. So they have a couple of different options. They can either reconfigure this so they put the driveway through their lot frontage, or they can go to the ZBA to see if the ZBA will give them relief from having their driveway through their own lot frontage. And then the third option is they can do a common driveway. And then it won't be an issue. So I was just alerting you because I thought that somebody might have a question. So I figured I would head you off at the pass and answer the question before you asked it.
Do we
I
need to
probably
note that?
just made it more confusing for everybody instead.
Do we note that on the plan that it's not buildable as is?
Well, see, the issue isn't that it's non-compliant from a frontage requirement standpoint, so I'd hate to put that in there. What I can do is I can write up a letter to accompany the A&R plan, so when they come to pick it up, they have the letter explaining what the options are. So if you're okay with that, I would like to do that.
So in the past, if you did not a buildable lot, it would be, so you cut the middle one through the middle and then you had a lot in the middle that had no access. Would that be when you applied the not a buildable lot? If it had no frontage?
There are a couple of different ways. So what we could do is, like, say we had a lot with insufficient area. So you're still required to approve it, but then you would write not a buildable lot. Another thing is, very occasionally, and I never recommend that folks do this, but sometimes they do for permanently protected open space. So you might approve the creation of a landlocked parcel, so it has 0 frontage, but it's not proposed to be a buildable lot anyway. So you put not a buildable lot on there. So that's a couple of different scenarios that would comply.
Okay, I think a letter would be good because you feel like if we do an A&R and then they come back and say, well, you did an A&R, but now have to go through hoops to get a driveway.
Be happy to do that.
I don't know what other people think.
No, I think that's a good idea as well.
Mhm.
Any other board thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think that works.
Agreed.
Okay, so any other questions or comments on this one? All right, then, is there a motion to endorse the plan titled A&R Plan located at 363 Crawford Street, Northborough, Mass, owned by Robert J. Romeo and Eleanor S. Romeo, 50 Suffolk Street, RSE, Worcester, Mass. 01604, dated November 30th, 2022, revised January 10th, 2023, prepared by Land Planning, Inc.
So moved.
Second,
Second.
all right, all in favor, Bill,
Aye.
Millie,
Aye.
Amy,
Aye.
Anthony?
Aye.
Carries an aye. So Lori, if that's available to sign tomorrow, is that the case, or you need time? If you need time, that's okay. I'll be in the office tomorrow if you want me to sign it then.
Nope, tomorrow would be perfect.
Okay. Okay, great. Thank you. You can stop sharing your screen if you'd like.
Yeah.
All right, so next we're going to move over to the public hearing for the property known as 0 and 301 Bartlett Street, parcel H, for site plan approval and a groundwater protection overlay district special permit for the development of a distribution center and warehouse project. Quickly, while we're bringing in the applicant and team, I just need to read the public hearing notice. So the public hearing notice, for the record, the Northborough Planning Board will hold a public hearing on Tuesday, February 7th, 2023 at 6:05 p.m. for further proceedings on the application of the Gutierrez Company for site plan approval and a groundwater protection overlay district special permit for development of a distribution center and warehouse project on property known as 0 and 301 Bartlett Street. This matter comes before the board as a result of a decision and remand order of Land Court dated November 9th, 2022 in the case of the Gutierrez Company versus Northborough Planning Board, case number 21 MISC 000046, which concerns the plaintiff's appeal from a decision of the board filed with the town clerk on January 13th, 2021, which denied the site plan and special permit application. The property is shown on the assessor's map 51 as parcel 3 and map 66 as parcel 16, and is located in the industrial zoning district and groundwater protection overlay district areas 1 and 3. The Land Court decision annulled the planning board's decision, and per the remand order, the hearing is limited to review of the project under the 9 site plan decision criteria in section 703050C2 of the zoning bylaw, and a determination of whether the operation and maintenance plan or the snow storage plan previously submitted by the applicant in connection with the application for a groundwater protection overlay district special permit require further detail from the applicant. Pursuant to Chapter 20 of the Acts of 2021, an act relative to extending certain COVID-19 measures adopted during a state of emergency, signed into law on June 16, 2021, as amended by Chapter 22 of the Acts of 2022. This meeting will be conducted via remote participation. No in-person attendance by members of the public will be permitted. To participate in the public comment portion of the meeting from a PC, Mac, iPad, iPhone, or Android device, please click on the URL provided in the public hearing notice, or join by phone 301-5. The phone number is 301-715-8592. Webinar ID and passcode is also included in the public hearing notice and on the website, the Northborough Planning Board town pages. Submitted by Carrie Marnick, Chairman, January 19th and January 26th, 2023. So that is the public hearing notice for the record, and I think we have everyone here. So welcome. We have Attorney Donahue, David Robinson, Israel Lopez. Is that the full team tonight?
It's our team.
Okay, great. Welcome back. We also have town council on the line, Attorney Dineski. So before we get started here, I want to make sure, Attorney Dineski, if you wouldn't mind, just for the clarity of the board, to just give a quick, I know you sent a message to me today to just talk about the purpose of the remand, but I just want to make sure the board understands the scope of the remand and what that means for us. And just really, just how it gives the board an opportunity to sort of discuss further. And I want to make sure everyone understands those parameters. So if you wouldn't mind, Attorney Dineski, just sharing a little bit more with the board. You're on mute, by the way. I can't see you, but I assume you started speaking.
Still on mute.
Oops. Did we lose him? Oops.
There he is.
Are we connected now again? Yes.
Oh, yes. Could you
So-
hear me? Yes, okay.
In brief, the purpose was essentially stated in the public hearing notice that was just read. Following the trial, the land court made a decision to overturn, if you will, the original decision of the planning board and remanded the case back to the board. And it did so with a limited scope. And the limitation is first to allow the board to review the project under the 9-factor non-discretionary test for site plan approval, which is in section 703-050 of the zoning bylaw. And secondly, to determine whether or to what extent the operation and maintenance plan and snow storage plan that were previously submitted require further detail. So speaking first to O&M and snow storage, which is under the groundwater protection overlay district special permit, that is a really fairly narrow inquiry. With respect to the site plan, the exercise is to review the application according to those 9 criteria in the bylaw, and the board may do so as it would do any other site plan application. The purpose of that was that the court determined that the original application had not been reviewed and evaluated as it should have been under those 9 criteria. So that is the, I would say, larger exercise for the board on this remand, because you will and have the ability to go through each of the 9 special permit criteria in evaluating the project.
The site plan or clarifications? Okay, so I was thinking what we could do is start with the new information provided on the snow plan, new information on the operations plan, and then maybe start there. It seemed like that would be a good place. And then beyond that, we could go through the criteria. I was curious to know if there's any sort of updated business plan for the tenant, and then any update for the status of if the subdivision's moving forward. Does that sound like a good place to start for the applicant?
We'll proceed as you want, Madam Chair. I do recognize that Mr. Pierce didn't have the pleasure of sitting through the first hearings that we went through. And so if you want, we can try to do at least a high-level synopsis to kind of cite it for him and obviously refresh the board's recollection, or we can jump right into the O&M plan and Stantec's comments.
No, but that might be helpful because I know Lori wasn't here either. So even though Lori's had a chance to go through, the town planners had a chance to go through all the materials, maybe a high level. Would that be helpful for, I think, is that a helpful thing, especially for Bill and Lori?
Yeah, I would appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, that would be great, actually, if you don't mind that.
Sure. And I'm going to try to keep it relatively high. If you could let Mr. Robinson share his screen, he can do some of the visuals. We'll try to bring everybody to play.
I don't, oh, there you go.
So the site in question is the darkened area that you see here, a piece about 7 acres in size, southerly of the Wachusett Aqueduct, and then the larger tract, approximately 59 acres, being north of the aqueduct and colored appropriately. The darker green areas are areas that either are presently or will be restricted, subject to conservation restrictions pursuant to the licensing with National Fisheries and Wildlife. The lighter green is what is essentially not accessible at this point, and to some extent becomes landlocked and also part of, therefore, de facto open space. As you can see from the plan, the site has singular access off of Bartlett Street through the smaller piece southerly of the aqueduct, crosses the aqueduct in an easement through the MWRA property of the aqueduct, enters upon the site, and David, maybe you can go to the more detailed plan. It'd be a little bit easier for people to see. Enters the site where one goes westerly into the parking area, which enters the site or proceeds to the loading areas which are along the side of the building. The darker lines reflect various resource areas. There is no alteration of wetland resources as part of the site. The site is therefore to some extent hemmed in by the land that it has available to it. The site has been, and the project has been reviewed beyond the planning board, as was referred to in our 2020 hearings. The Conservation Commission has approved the work that is jurisdictional to the commission. The Design Review Committee approved the design of the building as required by the bylaw. The Groundwater Advisory Committee recommended approval to this board. You received that information previously from Mr. Litchfield. It received a positive review as to safety matters from the fire chief. The project has been also reviewed and approved under MEPA by the Massachusetts Executive Office of Environmental Affairs. The project has been approved by the Commonwealth of Massachusetts Division of Fisheries and Wildlife under the National Heritage and Endangered Species Act. And the site has also been approved for the access across the aqueduct by the MWRA, all of which is part of the record. While I generally agree with the scope of the discussion as proposed by Attorney Doneski, I do want to make sure the board's aware that the issue of what the applicable test was determined prior to trial, and trial was conducted based upon the 9-factor test. And the land court judge, as part of his detailed findings, made specific findings based upon that testimony as to how the plan complied, and reached the conclusion as set forth in the decision that the site plan satisfies the 9-factor test under the applicable section and should have been approved. And therefore it meets those requirements as the plan stands. With regard to the O&M plan and the snow storage, the board had cited certain matters in the denial of December of 2020, pardon me. And we, in December of this year, had Allen and Major look at those comments, hear some of the testimony that was heard during the course of the trial, and supplemented the O&M plan and the snow storage plan that was submitted to this board early in January. We have the benefit of the review that Stantec conducted for the board of that, received those comments, and with one relatively minor comment that we're glad to discuss either with them directly or this evening with regard to cleaning out detention basins, are in agreement with the edits that they seek to the operation and maintenance plan, and we'll be making that as part of our next filing. So there's a lot of information we can go over, but that at least brings you current as far as where the project stands.
Okay. Any questions so far? I can't see everybody at the same time, so if you do have one, just give a shout.
You want David to take the screen down?
Oh, sure. Yep. Unless it's part of the next to talk about the revision, any other revisions to the snow removal.
I have other questions, and I'm gonna need the screen back up, but maybe I go back to them later. Has more to do with the site plan.
Okay. Well, why don't we start with the snow removal and the O&M, and we'll get that taken care of. I think that's the most cut and dry.
Okay, thanks.
Yep. So for the record, my name is David Robinson. I'm a civil engineer with Allen and Major Associates. We're the site civils, surveyors, and landscape architects on the project. I've been the lead engineer on this project for my firm since its inception back in 2019. And as Mark mentioned, we have provided a revised snow storage plan that you see in front of you. Basically, this plan, as was described in the memorandum from my firm, as well as this plan that we provided to the board previously, basically consolidates the proposed snow storage areas as recommended by the town's peer reviewer, Mr. Mark Bartlett, during trial. The areas that you see, the red are the primary snow storage areas, and the blue areas are secondary areas should the red fill up significantly. I think it's pretty straightforward. brings into all the recommendations we've had over the last 2 years or so. And we did previously submit this for review.
Amy, you have a question?
Yeah, I have a memo dated January 10th. And on page 2 of 2, it's a memo from David Robinson. It mentions snow storage areas avoid conflicts with trees and landscaping. But yet still, when I look at this drawing, the red long rectangle on the front of the building, that's all landscaping, and the little circles in the parking lot, those have trees and landscaping. So that's my question, is how is it avoiding conflicts with trees and landscaping, yet the snow is being pushed on top of it?
It's been designed to the maximum extent practicable to avoid landscaped areas. However, in order to meet the minimum landscape requirements, pretty much all of the surrounding perimeter areas and interior areas need landscaping. It's not unusual to store snow in grassed or landscaped areas or around trees. It's to the maximum extent practicable.
But because the building's so big in the parking lot and there's so much wetlands that you have to store it on the landscaping?
I think that's typical for pretty much any project in town.
Other questions there?
I guess my concern is I read the bullet and it doesn't match what I see on the drawing.
Well, there are also areas that are in the parking areas.
The ones at the bottom where they have the parking areas within the 40-foot frontage line. So there's a 40-foot setback and there's some parking within that. So the snow's going to be pushed onto that, and the line right underneath it is the aqueduct. How do you stop it from spilling water onto the aqueduct? Yeah, right there.
This is a high point. This is a high point.
Yep.
Water flows downhill. This is a low point. When it melts, it'll go into this sort of like a basin in the parking area, as it should.
Okay, so you're pushing it up on a hill. What is the slope of the hill that you're pushing it up onto?
It varies between 1.5 to 1 to greater than 3 to 1.
Okay, yeah, that's what I thought I saw there. There's a riprap of 1 to 1.5, which is
1.5. Yeah, correct. 1.5 on 1.
Yeah, so that's pretty steep. So they might need like, I don't know what it'd be, like a forklift, not a forklift, backhoe to push it up if it's going up a steep slope.
Yeah, Gutierrez hires, the best available landscape management companies that would have equipment suitable for clearing a parking lot of this size. It's not.
Okay, it just seems really tight that you're gonna have to use snow blowers and backhoes.
I think that's typical for large parking lots. If you think like a supermarket parking lot or something like that, they usually have a large excavator with a large barrel parked there. I think that's typical for a decent sized parking area of 150 stalls.
Which is a new area that you added to the plan?
It's not. It's sort of a combination of some of the old areas and just kind of try to eliminate the small areas and make it more efficient per the town's peer reviewer comment, to combine smaller areas into larger storage areas.
Can you just point out which ones got larger?
I honestly can't. It's been reworked a little bit from the previous plan, but a lot of the areas are still the same.
Mm-hmm. That's why I was wondering. It looks the same as it did before. If
you put the two side by side, you see that they're slightly different.
Mm-hmm. Now, Santec came back and said that this was okay, even though it hasn't changed really that much. Like, I guess a big part of our denial had to do with snow removal and snow storage, and we're hearing that it hasn't really changed that much.
This snow storage plan before you significantly exceeds what would be, a minimum requirement for a site of this size. As we detailed ad nauseum during the trial.
Okay, so we have, well, I'm just looking at the memo from Stan Tech. So there is a snow storage plan date. What's the date on this one, by the way?
December 19th, 2022.
Okay, so there's I see. So their plan, what the original plan is 3/9/2021 and revised through December 19, 2022. Okay, so this is the final from December 19, 2022. So if we wanted to see the original, would we go to which one? The March 9th, 2021 plan?
I don't have the date right in front of me, but I believe we did revise plan. It was, sorry, did you say 2021?
Oh, that wouldn't be right because it came before that. So let's see.
March 2021.
March, okay, so there's one here that says 3/9/2021. So that's the plan. I'm just looking at what the documents were that were reviewed by Stan Tech so that we would understand try to understand what was actually changed or not.
Madam Chair, if I may, the plan date that's being presented, that 2021 date is not the base plan that was in front of the board previously, or that was an exhibit at the trial. There may be, it may be the case that there was an internal modification. The last revision date of the plan that was before the board was October 15, 2020, and it was stamped for board review. So there may be, again, some internal changes on the Allen and Major side that resulted in that 2021 date, but I don't know that we or the board have that information at this time.
Well, if I
Regardless-
might, I think what we have is from the Allen and Major summary that the areas designated for snow storage have increased from 33,000 square feet to 40,050 square feet. And that the primary snow storage areas increased from 21,900 square feet to 32,450 square feet. And recalling that the trial court found the board's rejection of those earlier numbers to be arbitrary,
Mm-hmm.
I'd suggest that the expansion of the snow storage is moving to try to respond to the concerns as expressed by the board and by its consultant in the course of its testimony at the land court.
Okay. Amy, do you have other questions there? Okay, any other questions? Okay, looks like no, and could you just scroll down for a second? I just noticed the you have this bottom part too. So then there's the snow storage there as well. Okay. Okay. It sounds like nothing else there. If you want to move on, any other comments or questions from staff? Doesn't look like it. Okay. So why don't we move on with the any new information on the O&M? And then actually, I do want to make sure we talk about that one component, number 7, I think it was.
Yep, so I can address the O&M, the update provided by my firm. Basically, the only change to the O&M plan as requested by the town's peer reviewer, Mark Bartlett, at trial was incorporation of a spill response portion of the O&M plan, which was provided to the town previously, the revised O&M plan in December of 2022.
Can you just speak to it, just in case, there are neighbors listening or other people who didn't understand it in the memo?
Yep. So there's basically 2 items to the spill response. There's the first is keeping oil cleanup pillows known as poly pillows on site. If there's some type of spill that's going to get into the drainage system, you insert these pillows into the catch basins to absorb the oil. And the second one is to provide a master shutoff valve at each of the inlets to the 2 infiltration basins on site that would completely seal off the drainage from the site from getting into the basins.
Okay, and then the piece that, let's see, there was one piece that you did not agree with, and so if you want to talk about that a little bit.
I'm not sure which piece we did not agree with.
It looks like number 7. The
Yeah, I can address that.
Thanks, Mark.
Sure. Point number 7 of the Stan Tech review that we received over the weekend made 2 suggestions to try to summarize. The O&M plan had provided originally the basins to be inspected for sediment accumulation annually, and any accumulated sediments removed when the depth reaches 6 inches anywhere in the basin. Stan Tech's suggestion was twofold: that to change the regularity of inspections to quarterly, and to clean out the sediment anywhere in a basin that is an inch or more. The quarterly inspection, certainly following the construction, makes some sense, but given the size of the basins, the inch is simply, it's almost an indiscernible amount of sediment. Still plenty of room before it would get into the way in any fashion of the system. And so what we recommend instead, which is in my email to Ms. Connors of this afternoon, is that it would be, rather than 6 inches, we would suggest 3 inches. Would still be a material amount of material. So. Just if I just a procedural matter, Mr. Lopez says he's having trouble being able to be heard because he's trying to speak. So
I don't.
Can
Oh,
the
we can
board
hear
hear
you.
me now?
Yes, we can.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, great, thank you. Sorry.
Did you have a comment or?
No, not anymore. It was addressed. I just wanted to, it was with respect to the increase in the amount of snow storage that was available, but Mark Donahue addressed it. Thank you.
Okay, great. So regarding, if you don't mind taking down your screen here for a second, I just want to take a look together at the make sure we're all looking at the same not the same suggestion here. So let's see. I think it's this one. Okay, so can everyone see it's like design with community in mind here?
Yep.
Okay. All right, so this is the part that you suggest that it's 1 inch or more is too aggressive. It was 6, you're suggesting 3. The question I have is what it sounds like Mark is saying is that this shouldn't even really matter because if the proposed pretreatments are happening, there really shouldn't be this excessive buildup. It would only be if the erosion control measures are not properly employed. So can you speak to that, maybe why he would think that 1 wouldn't really be that troublesome because really there should maybe be 0, or thoughts on that?
I think the issue, it's a good point that Mark Bartlett makes that, these basins may never see even an inch of sediment because of the upstream water quality units. They're very large, very expensive, very robust units, which are designed to drop sediment out before they ever even reach the basin. I think the issue is if you're visually inspecting a basin that's 210 feet wide at its widest point and several feet deep, how can you tell a ½ inch from an inch? It's very difficult. 6 inches, sure, you can see that sediment sitting down there, but I think just from a practical standpoint, 1 inch is difficult to discern given the size of the basin.
Okay, Fred, do you have thoughts on that? Oops, are you muted? I don't know what's going on here.
I got it. 1 inch does seem to be a rather difficult amount to discern. I would agree. But 3 inches seems like a reasonable amount. The Mark's correct from Stantec that the water quality inlets will do the trick. The other thing to note is that once construction is complete, the basins will have to be cleaned. So any sediment that happens during construction will be required to be removed prior to the approval of the as-built plan and hopefully the occupancy permit. But that be between the Conservation Commission and myself to make sure that that happens. So there's a perfectly clean slate on the floor of the basin to start from once they start utilizing the property. So it should be easy to tell. But again, answer your question, 3 inches is not unreasonable. 1 inch seems to be a bit difficult to discern.
Okay. Any board comments or thoughts on that? Okay, I don't see any. Okay, anything else on that? Then it looked like the rest of the recommendations or something that were either already included or will be reflected, except for that one piece. However, the frequency was not an issue. It was really just about the how many inches. Is that true?
That's correct. Yep.
Any
So
other... Okay.
Our intent would be to submit a revised operation maintenance plan responsive to the Stantec comments. So it would be part of the record for the board.
Okay, is it possible to, Lori, I don't know if this is a question for you or Fred, do you work with him, or Attorney Janeski if you do, to just run by Mark the thought of reducing to 3 and if he sees any issue with that based on what he was trying to get at, accomplished by that switch? My only question is he underlined it. So it's, I don't know if he was just trying to point out a difference or that was something that he intended to emphasize, or if we could just find out like what was his intent. Was that something, why did he underline that?
Sure, I'll reach out to him.
Okay. Okay, anything else on that? Comments or questions from the board or staff? Okay, great. A couple other things that I mentioned before. Is there any updated current business plan for the tenant? I know it's been a little while since we last met. Is there any thoughts on that, or is it still unknown?
I'll do my best. Mr. Lopez can certainly weigh in, but without having some sense as to when construction could start, it's been a significant hamstring to going to market for tenants. I think the plan at Gutierrez would be to start construction in 2023 and hopefully locate a tenant during the course of that. But Israel, you want to add to that in any fashion?
No, that's accurate.
Okay. Also a question about the status of the subdivision. Lori, I think you commented that things would change significantly in this particular plan based on the subdivision. Is that something that the intent is to not pursue? Should this go forward, or any updates on that component?
Just to clarify, the plans are truly independent in that the plan before you this evening is based upon a driveway. Under that review, the subdivision plan would change certain parameters of the work to be done if it was going to be effectuated. The subdivision, Mr. Dansky can certainly comment to this, was to some extent stayed by the parties as part of a pretrial discussion with the land court. And we really haven't revisited if things go as I just indicated, Mr. Lopez confirmed that construction starts in 2023 on the project. And there'll be little reason for the subdivision plan to be effectuated after that. But time will tell better as to where we go with that, I think.
Okay. Attorney Janeski, do you have anything to comment on that component?
With Attorney Donahue's comments, I wouldn't have anything further to add. I think it's a question of timing.
Okay. Lori, does that answer? Oh, Amy, you have a question?
So what Mark, Attorney Donahoe just said was that if this warehouse is built, the subdivision won't be going forward. Is that what you were saying?
I candidly haven't thought that all the way through yet, to be able to answer that question definitively.
Because one of the questions I had was this parcel with the parcel H on it was originally part of a bigger parcel that was 82 acres that had parcel G on it. And parcel G was subdivided off. So like 24 acres were taking off of the 82, which leaves what we have now. But when they did the whole analysis on the parcel G, such as how much wetlands they have, their open space, they did it on the 24 acres. But today, if we're going to do an analysis and a site plan review on the whole 66 acres, I'd like to see an analysis on that one parcel, if that's the only parcel that's going to be used for the warehouse. Because if you all of a sudden do all your analysis on 66 acres, chop it off, now all the numbers change. Now we're not really getting 60% open space, and we're not really getting what has been brought forth to us as a board. Everything changes. And there's been a constant talk of you have 400 feet of buffer in front of the warehouse of trees, yet if you subdivide it off, there it goes. So, I mean, when they did the parcel G, they knew the subdivision was going to happen and all the numbers were done that way. If you think or know that this is going to be subdivided after the warehouse, then we should know in advance so we can base our site plan off of the actual parcel.
Through you, Madam Chair, Gutierrez has been clear from the get-go and consistent in the messaging that the desire of the company is to proceed with the plan that's before you this evening. And provided that it is approved and it's able to proceed, that will be the intention. If something changes, then by definition, things change and they'll have to change at that time. But it's speculation as to whether it'll be changed. We're hoping that we're going to end up with an approval and be able to proceed with the work this year.
So if you were approved for a warehouse on the promise that there's 400 feet of frontage in front of the warehouse, you wouldn't mind putting like a conservation restriction on the 400 feet in front of the warehouse if it's not going to be subdivided in the future, if you get the warehouse that you want. So that would be a condition I would be thinking about. The conservation.
That condition would not be acceptable.
Then we have no proof that you're not going to subdivide out the second that you get your approval. And the 400 feet buffer to the front of the warehouse is now not the buffer anymore.
The ability to build on the land is based upon staying in compliance with the permits that one gets to build upon the land.
Okay, but then we should look at the site plan with the frontage and with the, because if you look at the lot in the back right now, the parking lot is in the 40 feet front setback. But the reason when you went to trial, you said, well, we have 400 feet of frontage in front of us, that's a buffer. So you've built in that front setback. But now if you sell it off in the future, that 400 feet that you used in trial as buffer really wasn't a buffer. I guess that's just what I'm trying to say, is that there was a lot of criteria used to make this site plan sound better, only to chop it off. And in the end, the result really isn't better because now the buffer has disappeared.
I don't know how to be any clearer. The hope is that this plan will be approved. And if it's approved and we're able to proceed with the work, it'll proceed in accordance with this plan.
Great, this plan, but then there could be a subdivision plan following it.
Okay, so why don't, it sounds like we covered those areas. The next part is to now take a look at the site plan. Unless there's anything else we need to cover before we jump into that.
When you said those areas, do you mean
the special permit component. So I'm sorry, backing up. So we had the special permit component. So we had that limited scope where we looked at the groundwater. So we had the groundwater special permit. Actually, I do have a question. There is a second groundwater special permit, the groundwater into groundwater 1. Part of the driveway goes into groundwater 1.
Yeah.
So that is one piece I did not put on here to discuss. Is that something, what does that look like today? I think the last we met, that went back and forth. I think if we just get a refresh on that component of it. Is there still part of the driveway in groundwater 1, or is that not the case anymore?
The plan that you ruled upon in the denial and was the subject of appeal was the original plan, which had a section of the driveway in groundwater 1.
Okay, so you still require the special permit for the X number of square feet that goes into groundwater 1.
That's correct, but that was also part of the hearing at the trial court.
Okay. So nothing on that. Staff, we don't need anything on that. Attorney Janeski, we don't need anything on that.
The representation is that there's not a change from that slight intrusion, if you will, into area 1. So that would remain part of the approvals that are for this board to consider.
Okay. Comments on that? Questions? Okay. Let's see. 1 second, because I did have a note on that.
So that's the part in the subdivision that was moved over to.
Oh, no, not in the subdivision. In the driveway, there was that little tiny piece that went into the groundwater 1 area. So it was a second special permit for that component of it.
Right, but in the subdivision, they moved it over a little bit to get it out of that. Is that what I understood? But I know we're not talking about the subdivision, but it stands as it originally was in the original plan. So it still is in groundwater 1, correct?
Yeah. Would you like Mr. Robinson to pull the plan up so we can see what the area
That
we're
would be
talking
helpful,
about?
actually. Yeah, if you don't mind, that would actually be helpful and just clear that up pretty quickly.
One second, bear with me here.
Sure.
I think. Okay.
Because the subdivision basically took it out of groundwater 1, right?
I couldn't speak to one personally.
I think it did.
Can everyone see the plan?
Yes.
Yeah.
So it's going to be difficult for me to zoom in here, but this tiny piece.
Yeah.
Is what we're talking about.
Okay.
Okay, so that is, I think the confusion is at the very end, we may have talked about that came out of it, and maybe we're just mixing up the plan. So that still makes sense. It looks the same as it was before. Is that clear to every board member that that's still the case, that little piece there?
Yep.
Okay.
I do have to make one comment. I really loved this presentation in color with the trees and everything on it. It would be great to get a copy of that. It's so much easier to see it and understand when you see the different colors and the different aspects of the drawing versus just black and white, flat picture.
Sure. I'll make sure Ms. Connors gets a PDF.
Okay, great. Thank you for bringing that up. That's helpful. All right, so we have no action there. We don't need any action there. So in terms of the special permit, we've covered those 2 components that we were able to look at. So if there's no further questions on that, anything else on that one? Okay, why don't we then, so we'll move over to the site plan. So in the case of the site plan, based on what Attorney Doneski has shared, this is our typical site plan review. So in that case, we will look at the 9 criteria of the site plan review. And let's see, I need to switch over my materials here. Okay, oops, there it is. Okay, does everybody have the right criteria in front of them? We're doing the 9-factor test for site plan review. Attorney Donahue, I know you sent over a letter that sort of walked through that. And you mentioned that what we had here is some of the things from land court. Just for clarification, so when I went back and looked at each section and looked at the decision from the court, it looked like everything was footnoted as the pre-filed testimony from Timothy Williams. So although this was in the land court decision, what looked like was in this letter was the testimony from Timothy Williams. Is that what's reflected in here for each quote that you included?
No, what I took is language directly from the decision after trial by Judge Smith in his section of specific findings of fact he made based upon the testimony.
But then each section had
that-
a footnote to tell me that like all of it was from Exhibit 44, which was the pre-filed testimony of Timothy Williams. Is that your person?
That's correct.
Okay, so in each section, it looks like this wasn't like the judge's quotes. These are quotes from Timothy Williams, his testimony.
No, they are findings of fact made by the court.
Mhm.
You know, whether the judge made them based upon pre-filed testimony is probably indicative of the footnote. You know, the planning board chose to not submit any evidence challenging Mr. Williams's testimony about compliance with the 9-factor test. But that was a decision that the planning board made.
Okay, so I just want to be clear though, because I was trying to follow along with all the footnotes and every single thing you included had a footnote that referenced Exhibit 44, which was the pre-filed testimony of Timothy Williams. So, which is fine. I just want to make sure that, because in some cases it makes it sound like this was the judge's quotes, but literally every single one is footnoted with Exhibit 44, Timothy Williams. So what I'm looking at is really the testimony from your representative, your expert.
The footnotes go often to his pre-filed testimony. And certainly the fact that there was no pre-filed testimony on the 9-factor test from the planning board might indicate why the judge made certain findings.
Okay. All right. Well, that's good to know.
But it doesn't mitigate the findings.
No. I just wanted to be clear that it wasn't, I noticed in the footnote, it was pre-filed testimony. It wasn't a live examination of any witnesses. It was all like copied and pasted sort of pre-filed testimony. So I just wanted to make sure that was.
If I may, Madam Chair, I think that the basic question, just so everyone is clear, the citations in the decision to the pre-filed testimony are the court's way of referencing the evidence, quote unquote, that it used to make a finding in the decision.
Got it. Okay, thanks for clarifying that. So really what we should do here tonight is go down each one. And I made sure the board went through and read, but also what our role as part of this remand is to really the opportunity to make further findings of fact. So if we have questions or inquiry or further evaluation on this criteria as we go down each one, and I know I have a couple of things I wanted to bring up. If other board members have any specific questions, I think it makes sense to go down the line. and if you have anything else beyond what you provide in this letter, Attorney Janeski, is there anything, I'm sorry, Attorney Donahue, is there anything else that you wanted to present, or is this primarily what you have for each piece of the criteria?
The purpose of my February 2nd letter was to try to synthesize for the benefit of the board the findings from the court on the 9 factors that had to be determined and were heard by the court at that time. We're glad to try to provide any additional information that's readily available to us for any particular point of inquiry. We did review in some detail the site plan back in 2020, but glad to at least engage in this inquiry wherever it's going.
Okay, great. All right, why don't we start with the first one here? So looking at, I'm going to reference your letter. So the first element we have here is reduce the clearing and grading on the site, or reduce the volume of cut and fill, number of removed trees, the length of removed or altered stone walls, the area of wetland vegetation displaced, the extent of the stormwater flow increase from the site, soil erosion, or threat of air, water pollution. And then we see here the testimony that was given. Any comments or questions from board members here?
I have one.
Sure.
Dave Robinson, can you bring up the site plan that you showed? The first one, there was a first picture that had the conservation land. Could you just show where the 13.2 acres of conservation land are?
Yes, 1 second. Can everyone see that?
Mm-hmm. It's down a little too, it's up a little too high. Yeah.
There we go.
Yep. Can you just point out where the 13 acres are?
Yep, it's right in this area surrounding the site.
So those are the new 13 acres?
Correct, yeah.
Okay. Just because it says the 13.2 acres of the property is a border between the residential neighborhood and the project, and it is a little bit, but it's not, the whole 13.2 acres is not bordering the residential neighborhood. Can you tell us how many of those trees are going to be preserved? Like how many feet of trees are preserved there?
You can see the tree line that's going to be preserved in the dark green here.
Yep. Do you know, I mean, I don't have a ruler. Do you know how many feet that is between the lines?
Sorry.
Yeah, like right there.
Right here, it's several hundred feet.
So there'll be several hundred feet of trees right there?
Yeah, yes. And that, of course, doesn't count the existing wooded area at the rear of these lots on Stirrup Brook. That's just for our site, right? And then there's a large undeveloped area right here. It's hundreds and hundreds of feet. I don't have the exact number.
Okay. Just because I was thinking about the waiver for the trees being tagged, and I would like to see the trees tagged that are going to be saved, like the big ones on the border, to make sure it's just not scrub.
Yep. So if you've been out to the site, you know that this area where the building is going is sort of a plateau that's largely been cleared. It's more shrub habitat in the area of the building, and the mature hardwood trees are kind of around the perimeter, and then again in the rear of these residential lots. So the majority of the area that's going to be developed is it's shrub habitat. It's more just vegetation and not mature trees, not mature forest, I should say.
Mm-hmm. I guess for myself, because it says 13.2 acres are a buffer, but it's really only that small little section. I'd like to know exactly how many feet it is. And I'd like to see a picture if you have Or maybe, you know, Bill and Lori didn't walk the site. And when we walked it, it was around the back of the trail. And the other day I went down in front of it on the road, and you can see how close it is to the road. I'm wondering if Bill or Lori or if the other board members wanted to just walk the site one last time, just to see how big the trees are that are going to be saved and like how wide the area is. Is it flagged where this conservation restriction is?
Not yet. No, that hasn't been flagged. What is flagged are the wetlands. I don't know if they're still up from, 2-3 years ago.
Right.
But I did with Israel and the Concom agent at the time, we walked this entire flagged area. So you can get a feel for where the wetlands are if you see the blue flags out there.
Because for me, when I was thinking about a buffer, because there's supposed to be 100 feet buffer in between residential and the industrial. And
Yep.
part of that buffer is actually on the parking lot. So I wanted to see exactly how many feet were actually going to be left of buffered trees.
I'm not sure about the statement that the 100-foot buffer is within the parking area.
Oh, it's on the site plan. The line goes through the bottom left corner. You might have it here in your plan.
No, I don't have that on. I don't have that on any plans that we are presenting this evening.
Oh, all right. I
Oh,
guess
are you sure that that's not the buffer to the building?
well, there's a 100-foot buffer in between the building and the property line of the
But
residential.
it's to the building, right? Not to
Right.
the parking lot.
Yeah,
correct.
but it's in, like, the line goes across the parking lot. So if you,
So that would be in compliance with the regulation.
Right.
Go ahead, Mark.
Right,
The
but it would
bylaw,
cut
the
out-
bylaw provision relates to the building. It's a setback from buildings.
right, but it would get rid of this part of the 100-foot buffer, or it has to be a 50-foot buffer within the 100 feet. I just want to make sure there's a 50-foot buffer there. And it
We
would be
can-
great if it was trees.
We can verify the 50-foot for you.
Okay, any other questions on that one?
So does the 13 acres also include in the middle where it says conservation restriction area? So it's the whole parcel from the middle all the way to the left?
So there is some existing conservation restriction area over here.
Mhm.
And the 13.2 begins in this area and is largely around the building here.
Okay, I'm just trying to get a feel for what the 13.2 acres is.
So we did submit an approved conservation restriction plan early in this project to the Division of Fisheries and Wildlife that was approved for the 13.2, where I believe we provided that to the board as well, showing where we're proposing the conservation area. This is more of just a informational graphic for locating the site and showing the significant CR area on the property.
And if I could add just to point out, it also relates to compliance with the provisions of the dimensional provisions of the bylaw, which require open area of 50%, or lot coverage, pardon me, of 50, no more than 50%. Lot coverage here is about 5.87%.
And 25% open space.
We easily meet the 25% open space for this 59-acre site.
And
It's over 60.
50% of it can't be wetlands, right? That's according to one of the bylaws is it's 50% of the open space percentage cannot be wetlands. Do you know if you've met that?
Yeah, so I did review that portion of the bylaw.
Is there any way to show where the open space is? I mean, probably not tonight.
The open space is everything outside of this shaded area
Out of the envelope.
with. And yes, it's detailed.
Because 31 acres of it is wetland of the 60, right? At least.
I'm not sure exactly what the acreage of wetlands is on site.
Okay, I have the plans.
Do you see something different, Amy, or?
No, I don't know how much of the open space is not wetlands, I guess. I was trying to figure that out, and I didn't know if they already had it figured out because it was a lot for me to try to do.
I did review that portion of the bylaw. I'm just not prepared to get into the details of it this evening.
I just want to make sure it's on the back parcel, because if you subdivide off the front parcel, then you might not meet the open space requirement with all
Right,
the
but
wetlands.
the petition before you doesn't propose to subdivide anything for the project, right?
Okay, so how do you do have something that shows the open space requirements met. It's just not here with you tonight. So that's easy enough for you to share at some point.
Correct.
If I may, Madam Chair, it's shown on the zoning table, I believe, on each plan sheet for each site, for each lot. So that should be relatively easy to spot check. I mean, we can do it now if you'd like.
Okay. No, if it's something, is it right there? If you just scroll down, are you saying, or?
I don't have that easily accessible, unless Israel, if you want me to go offline for a minute and pull up the site plan, but it's not. I don't. Go ahead.
We'll give specific reference to the page of the site plan. Remember that we're only looking at a depiction here for purposes of presentation, and that all of the calculations are shown on, and we'll do that in the morning.
Okay, that'd be great. Is that helpful, Amy, for you?
Yeah, and it would be great if it was shown on the picture, though, not just, I have the table with the numbers, but it doesn't actually say, it just says the quote that 50% of the open space cannot be wetlands, but it doesn't show exactly on the parcel where the 50% are that aren't wetlands, because this parcel is covered with wetlands.
So can they, if they were to subdivide, can they subdivide to make a current lot non-compliant with the bylaws? They can't, if that can't be done, can it?
You can subdivide into a not buildable lot, yeah.
But the lot that has the building on it can't be made then non-compliant. Is that what you're concerned about?
That and all the numbers change, like all the rosy numbers of all this open space. If you chop off the front, that's not your open space anymore.
Right, but I don't know that you can do that if it makes another lot non-compliant.
I guess I just wanted to see it on the plan.
Attorney Daneski, thoughts from you on that? Is that something to be concerned with or not necessarily concerned with, or?
I think the general proposition or principle here is that you are not permitted to create a situation of zoning non-compliance and not have then a question of enforcement against it. So I think I think the applicant can speak to this, but there's in some sense a stick there to keep to the minimum required, at least those areas and percentages that would be required by the bylaw and on which any approval or permits are issued.
Does that, so meaning your lot will always have to stay in compliance? We can't one day reconfigure it and it's no longer in compliance. It always has to stay in compliance.
I think there are various levels and degrees of compliance here, some of which may be more detailed than we're discussing now, or not able to fully discuss now because we don't have all the data in front of us. But the point is, creation of a zoning non-compliance results in a situation that would merit or be appropriate for zoning enforcement. It'd be creating a violation, and that in itself, I would take the view that it is a violation. So the same as if simply you had a situation of a single house lot, for example, that had the minimum area, and then you carved off a portion of it so that you no longer had the minimum area, and then creating a zoning violation.
Yeah, okay. Okay, so it sounds like, Amy, does that answer what you're looking for? So really, we're just looking for, the applicant will give reference to the page on the site plan we should look at to look at those numbers.
Sure. And I wanted to know how many feet of trees were there between the abutters and the industrial.
Okay. Okay, any other questions or comments there?
I have one.
Sure, go ahead, Bill.
Really quick. And I apologize if this was probably brought up before. Again, I'm sort of new to this procedure or this particular lot, but I know we did receive an email from a citizen who referenced a report from Sanborn Head. Are you familiar with the report in question? It speaks about CVOCs that have been found in the soil in the area. And I know this particular criteria right at the end mentions threat of air or water pollution. I know we're going to be disturbing a lot of soil here. Have there been soil tests done at this site to make sure that we're not going to be releasing anything potentially when we disturb the soil?
Comments on that?
Yeah, if I might, Madam Chair. So the Sanborn Head report, as it's referred to, was actually testimony that the board received in 2020 at the same abutter's behest with regard to assertions of issue. And what it indicated in that report evidence was that there had been a documented release on property off of Hayes Memorial Drive, not on the property. There was no evidence of any type of release had occurred on the property. And based upon that, the Sanborn Head did not recommend to the property owner any further investigation. It is a significant distance to groundwater here, and we don't see any risk as far as the disruption is concerned that would justify it in any fashion.
Okay. Because
I'm sorry, go ahead, Bill.
Sorry, they did mention it in the report that, you know, it is basically downhill. Where it was found on Memorial Drive is basically downhill from your lot, which is then downhill into residential areas. So that's my concern is, you know, this sort of works like asbestos, right? You move the you know, asbestos is fine while it's in place. As soon as you disturb anything with it, it gets up into the air. So that's my only question. Is just, you know, have there been any soil tests or anything done? I'm assuming from your answer that there haven't been, but
There have not been, there's none intended, and there's none recommended by the consultants retained by Gutierrez.
Okay, and so there was not a phase 2 study. This was a phase 1. There was no, like, I think they do delineation of where the leak ends or anything like that you know of.
I couldn't speak to what has happened since that report with regard to the site where the release occurred, which was not Gutierrez property in any fashion. It was on the opposite side of Hayes Memorial Drive. So I have no idea where that stands, but they've been obviously identified. They are responsible parties under Massachusetts law, and I'm sure they're complying as they need to, which will include any other results to bring it to what's referred to as a permanent solution.
Okay, so it looks like I had noted this too, Bill. So the release of CVOCs are identified in groundwater, soil, and or indoor air at 4 properties near and or potentially upgrading of the site. So that was 170 and 200 to 202 Bartlett Street, 111 Hayes Memorial Drive, 40 Hayes Memorial Drive, and 33 Hayes Memorial Drive. So those, I think, were the properties impacted. So what they were doing at the time, it looked like as the delineation of the potential extent of the CVOC release at 33 Hayes in groundwater has not been completed. This property is likely located upgradient of the easternmost portion of the site. It was Sam Boardhead's opinion that this upgradient release constitutes an REC to the subject site. So that's the last thing we have on file. It sounds like that's the last thing you have on file as well.
To my knowledge.
Okay. Okay, and then Attorney Daneski, I think you have maybe commented on this before, or I don't know, maybe that was Laurie. I apologize, I can't recall. So what is, who is obligated to follow up on that? I think we discussed this before too. So if there's some sort of REC on the really on the edges of the property or whatever the case, who looks at that next? Is it?
If there was a report or an identification of a condition that requires reporting to DEP, there is a regulatory process for that particular property owner to follow.
Okay. So not related to what we're looking at here, even if it's leaked into this property, that is not something that needs to be tested or reviewed, or what happens if?
The existence of a condition on a property that's outside of an application property, which is the circumstance that we have now, without additional circumstances that I'm not aware of in this case, would not, in my view, be a basis for further study or evaluation in connection with this application. Again, if any property owner is notified that there's a reportable condition on their property, then there is a whole regulatory mechanism for remediation of that in accordance with the DEP requirements.
Okay, so theoretically then 33 Hayes is the one who is responsible for finishing those studies and making sure they delineate the spread and all of that.
The property owner, right, would be responsible for following the regulatory requirements.
Okay. Okay, Bill, do you have additional questions on that?
No. Thank you.
Other questions? Okay, next we have the criteria: reduce the risk of groundwater contamination from on-site wastewater disposal system or operations on the premises involving the use, storage, handling, or containment of hazardous substances. Questions or comments on this one? Okay. I don't see any there. Number 3, improve pedestrian, bicycle, or vehicular safety, both on the site or egressing from it. Comments or questions on this one? Millie?
I have some questions on this. So the traffic impact study that was done by, I believe it was Nagy, does cover the impact of moving traffic and trucks moving in and out. What wasn't at all mentioned and has really become a problem is trucks idling on roadsides, trucks parking on roadsides, turning around driveways and things like that. So at some point, how do those get factored into what the impact would be? Because they're not mentioned at all, and they definitely are impactful on all of the businesses, all of the residents nearby, and the roadways. It's a safety concern. And also on the driveway, we've noticed trucks queuing up in certain lots. Is there accommodations or something that can be done to help alleviate those issues.
Through you, Madam Chair, I can reply at least to the second part, I guess, by pointing out the length of the driveway. And also, you know, the size of this building is simply a different scale than buildings where you may be seeing significant queuing, if that's the reference. But there's significant room for on-site queuing. There's significant room in the loading area for staging, essentially. So it is not expected for a building of this, not just size, but also configuration with loading docks only on one side and not the entire length of the building, that the site would not be able to accommodate vehicles as far as wanting to get on the site, being able to get on the site and get off of Bartlett Street.
Okay, I can agree that the length of the driveway would be helpful. It just has been a concern that I want to mention. But also the trucking regulations for drivers who need rest and they're pulling over on the side of the road. Is there any way to incorporate an accommodation for areas on site for truckers to meet the mandates for their hours on the road and their sleep requirements?
It was in a fashion, through you, Madam Chair,
Sure.
in a fashion that's a question that was raised or a comment raised by Ms. Connors in her comment letter to us. One does come with another, is that if you somehow accommodate it on site, you often end up with idling issues, which can also be problematic in some fashion. Gutierrez's practice is to neither encourage, promote, or allow that to occur on site.
So the traffic impact really is that it would be off-site and it would be on our roadways. But that is not really accounted for in their studies. So that's just a concern that is coming up.
I understand it's coming up in some fashion. It's hard to bring that to a particular relationship here without knowing the tenant. The tenant may not even be open some of those same hours, so it's hard to say. It is, as I said, a significantly different type of building, and therefore has a different type of demand.
Could I ask a quick question on that?
Sure.
In the previous hearing, when we had a couple meetings, you did talk about it would be more of a low impact warehouse, not a parcel hub, not a fulfillment center. You still foresee this with the number of bays and that this would not be a high impact warehouse? Or you have no idea? It was said over and over previously in 2020.
Through you, Madam Chair, I think what you may be referring to is that the VHB traffic report and the anticipated traffic to the site was based upon a certain type of usage, which was more of a traditional classification of a warehouse, not some of the defined terms of a high queue parcel hub or something of that nature. And as was submitted at that time, the basis for that is both the size and configuration of the building usually wouldn't work for that type of operation.
Okay, FedEx is really small. It's like, I have the numbers, it's 43,000 square feet. But wouldn't that be considered some sort of a parcel hub, or that's different? I don't know if anyone knows what FedEx would be considered.
I'm not sure. We don't have Bob on. Do we know? Well, actually, we have the application, I'm sure. We could check that.
Because that would seem, I think 301 Bartlett is more of a warehouse where there aren't as many trucks coming and going. But FedEx, which is small at 43,000 square feet, has a lot of trucks coming and going. So it doesn't always seem like size aligns with the amount of trucks that come and go.
Hmm.
I guess that's my only point. And one question I didn't ask, but maybe I'll ask while it's up. How tall is this warehouse? How many feet? I see in your site plan, it says it goes up to 60 feet, but there's no, at least I didn't see an elevation plan.
Sorry, the I believe what the layout plan says is that the height will be less than 60 feet. I don't have an exact number, but we'll comply with the dimensional regulation that's required.
Just to put in perspective, do you know how tall the warehouse next door is, 301? Or even the Amazon? Nobody knows.
I don't. The only thing I would say is that with this particular site, this entrance point at Bartlett Street is 15 feet higher in elevation than the building. So the building's sort of set down as you go into the site, you go down, and there's a 15-foot, pretty significant difference from here down to the actual finished floor elevation of the building. So it's not set up on a hill like some of the other surrounding properties. It's actually down from as compared to the roadway.
But if it was 60 feet, you'd still see 45 feet of building.
Right, but we had indicated that it would be less than 60 feet.
Right. I guess I could probably find out from Bob. I was just curious how big the other buildings are that have been built on that street, just to put it in perspective. It'd be interesting to see how big 301 Bartlett, which is next door, and how, I know they're at the street, but then they go down.
So if I could, I did work on the Hayes G project, and I recall the clear height for that one was 36 feet. That's typical for these style warehouses along Bartlett Street. So, much significantly less than 60 feet. And then, with that 15-foot drop, it really brings the profile of the building is pretty limited from the roadway.
Okay, I think I read that Hayes G and 301 Bartlett are the exact same.
They probably are. They're right in that 36-foot. I believe that's what Gutierrez used for these style of buildings, is a 36-foot clear height.
So you'd see about 21 feet of warehouse from the road.
And don't forget, you've got, this vegetated screening in here. We're providing these nice trees along the entrance drive. There's additional screening here, and then along the face of the building here, there is additional screening in that area.
Do you know the elevation and slope down to the residential neighborhood? Like it's 15 feet from Bartlett, but from Stirrup Brook neighborhood, does it slope up higher or is it down lower?
The slopes down this way, and then back up on the other side of the wetlands where the houses are over here. So the wetland is sort of a low point, but again, there's this robust vegetated screening between the proposed warehouse and the existing homes to the west.
Right, but if the homes are lower, then you'll be looking up at all the lights in the parking lot and the building.
I guess I'm trying to understand where we're going. The 60 feet comes from the dimensional table as to what's allowed in the zone for a building. It's not anticipated the building's going to be that tall. I'm not sure where this discussion's going, since it's a building being built in compliance with the dimensional requirements.
I just wanted to see the view of it. Like sometimes we get pictures of the street view. One lineman gave us pictures of how the building was going to look in relation to the residential zone on one side and the warehouses on the other. And that's how they decided how much, or we decided how much of a buffer that we needed, the size of the trees that we needed. I guess it's hard to put this in perspective, being flat, on the impact it's going to have to the abutting neighborhoods. And some of the criteria talks about the visualization with the abutting neighborhoods. That's what I was trying to do.
It does, unlike one lineman, which I have at least glancing familiarity with. The closest residential building to this building is more than 700 feet away. through a relatively densely vegetated area that includes a wetland resource area and is also at a grade higher than the building. So I'm
So
not
you're
sure
saying-
that I'm not sure drawing the comparison to a residential property hard by a property line for an industrial property is really analogous.
Well, they could actually clear cut up to their property line too, but I'm just wondering, you just said that they're at a grade higher, but he mentioned it's at a grade lower.
No, what I said was the wetlands are lower. So this building's up at about 275, and we did look at the town's GIS earlier today at the topography. This is up
Mhm.
high, the wetlands are always down low, and then the neighborhood to the west is at about roughly the same FFE as this, so it's not lower.
Okay, so they're about-
The low point is the wetlands in between the proposed buildings and the residences to the west.
Okay, so the
it's a-
residents to the
about
west are at the same elevation, so you're saying they won't be able to see it through the trees?
And I mean, a 700-foot buffer, vegetated buffer, the bylaw requests 100 feet. We meet that. We've got 700 plus feet to the very closest house, never mind the other houses. So I think that's a pretty robust buffer.
Well, the 100-foot is your setback. The 700 feet includes their property.
Right, but they're looking through their, I mean, we meet the 100 feet from our property line, and that's what we need to
Yeah,
meet.
I was just thinking you can't include their property.
Well, currently, if you were asking for visualizations from the residential property, if we did those, you'd have a 700-foot buffer.
Okay, so
Right.
all right, it'd be good to walk the site just to see, even with the leaves down in the winter, if you walked over there, you couldn't see the houses.
My understanding is no, you wouldn't be able to see them. And I've been on the site many times. I don't think I've ever seen a house from this area of the site.
Okay. I wouldn't mind doing it. I don't know about the rest.
It's very dense. It's very dense. It's well treed in between the two.
Okay, so Amy, well, first I think we might be at the next one, but or a couple down, but I want to make sure we get back to the criteria number 3. Are you speaking to items for criteria number 5?
Yeah, and actually 3, I was looking at the building, so it made me think of asking about how high it was. But for number 3 also, I'd be concerned about the crossing of the aqueduct. There's a trail there, a North Road Trail. And that would be a concern, to have one of the signs that either let the trucks know or the pedestrians know that the trucks and the pedestrians will be interacting at that light or at that crossing. Some places have the flashing pedestrian signs that say warning, trucks are.
What is planned there? Is there something? Oh, Laurie, do you have something to say to that?
Actually, I've been looking online to see if I could find the elevation plans. So in response to the question, the proposed building as shown on the elevation plan is 37 feet tall.
What? Okay.
Sure. So in the same, I apologize, in the same ballpark, 36, 37, similar height.
Got
Okay.
it. Oh, go ahead.
I guess I would just want some sort of warning sign for pedestrian crossing, because you can tell how close the aqueduct is to the building and parking lot.
So we have discussed this previously, as previously requested by the board. As you can see, we do have a couple of pedestrian crossing signs here, and then a crosswalk across this flat driveway across the aqueduct.
Does it include one of those new signs that they have that if they push the button, it would flash so the trucks would know someone was crossing? What type of sign would it be?
It would be just a standard pedestrian crossing sign with no flashing lights at this point.
What is the grade as you go over it?
It's very flat. It's very flat, as you can see through the contours here. This was purposefully built up to make a crossing across the aqueduct. This is low, and there's several feet. Like you can't really tell how what the grade difference is, but this is nice and flat and it's been built up to cross through here.
Yeah, the trucks will cross through. What about the pedestrians? Does that change the grade of the crossing over the aqueduct?
It's pretty much the same as the existing. It's very flat with just enough pitch to shed drainage, shed water runoff.
Okay.
Okay, so good. The other thing I had a question of for here is I don't think Lori, you may not have seen it yet, or it didn't come out yet. But one thing that was done since we last met was the Bartlett Street road safety audit. And there are a couple of stats out of here that were concerning to me, and I want to figure out a way to make sure that we're not adding to this. And one stat that truly stood out was that nearly 30%, so since the construction and opening of Amazon, there's been an uptick in tractor trailer crashes relative to all crashes. So the report, which was conducted by CMRPC, that's our regional planning agency, that nearly 30% of crashes since May 2020 have involved tractor trailers, compared to 7% of crashes from 2016 to April 2020, making the crash rate jump nearly 27% in that time frame. And I know the board received a lot of materials today. I don't know if you actually received this, the Bartlett Street road safety audit. I think it would be great for the applicant to receive it as well. But you can see just an updated report on what's happening on that street in terms of safety, some of the issues that were flagged, and some of those major intersections over by this property where we're really seeing problems. The Lyman Street intersection, they cover the Cedar Hill intersection, really going along that whole route of Bartlett Street that I won't take the time now to go through this entire report, but I think it'd be helpful for the board to review and an applicant as well to brainstorm what we can do here to make sure that we're not exacerbating that problem. Did anybody get a chance to look at that? Or Lori, I don't know, did you get to forward that to the board? You may not have seen it. It was a flurry of images today.
I haven't seen it.
Okay.
Did you email it to me?
I did, yeah. Yep. So that's something that I think for next time, if everyone would review that. This is one of my biggest concerns about this area, is just the vehicular safety and seeing those crash reports and the volume over there. I think there are some conflicting numbers that we have that I'd like to take into consideration. Can that be shared with the applicant as well, Lori?
Absolutely.
Okay.
I see it here.
No problem. I know we had a flurry of emails. There was one other question I had. I don't have any comments on this one from the Chief Liver. I only could find, well, I don't know. Are these comments for, I apologize. I don't know if it's for the subdivision or this particular project, but it would be interesting in light of some of the things that have transpired. I think Chief Liver participated in this audit, or at least some of his officers did. If he could comment or provide some sort of comment on anything that he thinks could be done to make this safer. I know I have a letter from it's not since 2021, and he had a couple of suggestions. Lori, do you know if this is from his letter from February 12, 2021? Is this application or the subdivision?
It must be the subdivision application because it's not in the site plan file.
Okay. I wouldn't mind hearing from Chief Liver on anything we can do to improve that, what he sees, what's happening here.
Okay.
One thing he did bring up is should a future facility have scheduled deliveries and departures, a waiting lot or area for trucks, commercial vehicles to wait on site should be required, as Bartlett Street is not a parking street. So Millie, that may be a little bit to what you were talking about before, where the trucks are just lining up either on the road. Oh, Millie, did you say something?
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm concerned about.
Okay. Or even hearing things about parking on other businesses in the area, parking on other properties, and other businesses are having to go through things like put up barricades so that trucks can't park on their grass, like right in front of their property, right in front of their building. So we run into a lot of trouble there. And it's just really unsafe. The road is not necessarily, those roads over there aren't wide roads. Although I did see Cedar Hill is that being redone? Did I see that? Maybe nobody knows. I thought I saw that in the paper that Cedar Hill is getting redone. But in any case, the roads are not wide at all. So when trucks do park like that, it's not just a nuisance from having trucks lined up. It's dangerous to narrow the roads like that. It's not really a lot of pedestrian access. And that was also covered in this report, just how to make it safer, especially people, they bike over there, they walk. There's a huge notable difference from when you go from Northborough to Marlborough, just the way that the street safety really changes as you go from one town to the other. So those are some of my concerns there, and some of the data that I was looking at. Any other comments or questions on that one? Okay, the next one is improved access to each structure for fire and other emergency service equipment.
Were we told, are there doors on the back or they're not? There are punch outs or there are going to be emergency exits on the back? Does anybody know?
Yes.
I can pull up that elevation plan again. It's gonna take me a minute. It's a big plan.
It's been a while since 2020, but I want to think there either were doors or there are punch outs that could become doors, but I can't remember what it was.
Unfortunately, it's giving me an error message, so it's not letting me open it again for some reason.
I guess the main
If I
point I
can-
wanted to make is either way, I'd like to keep it clear of snow and outdoor storage. So if it is an emergency access way for police or fire, that it would keep clear so that someone opening the door or someone trying to get around could get around.
Israel, did you want to respond to that, or did you want me to explain how we expanded the level area surrounding the building to accommodate that?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
So for fire access around the building, we did provide to the fire chief this fire lane. It was one of his requests for 3-sided access to the building. We also went in and we widened this strip, this gray strip you see around the building. It's a level, stable surface. I believe that there are a few egress doors proposed at the rear for emergency purposes. We widened this for emergency purposes, and it would be maintained. But yes, there will be penetrations on the rear of the building, and I distinctly recall going through that process with a site plan. I believe we reconfigured the building shape to add in more of a better width along the rear to provide those required egress.
I think last we knew it was 24 feet.
It's pretty wide. I don't know if it's 24. It might be 18 or 20. 24 is like a standard parking aisle width for a two-way parking lot. It might be I think it's 15, because it would be like a one-way, basically.
I'm looking at the site plan and I'm seeing that this area is going to be completely riprap.
No, the riprap is this slope here. What you're seeing is a crushed gravel hatch. So a level, firm, stable surface, like an engineered granular material that'll be compacted. That's typical of what we do around these buildings.
You might want to clarify that in the legend, because I can see that the texture is slightly different than the riprap, but it's not defined in the legend.
Understood. Yeah,
at least on the grading and drainage plan and the snow storage plan.
we can clarify that distinction.
Okay, so there are doors back there for emergency. This is another area that did concern me before, and what I would appreciate hearing, Lori, is really from the fire chief. Like, if a fire is to break out on the back of this building in a densely wooded area, what is the plan to reach that fire? If you can't get back, then I do appreciate the space in the back, but if the trucks can't get there, I just want to understand, like, what does that look like? I know he really only seemed to comment on like on a general high level and maybe mention the radius turn, which is a standard response. But it would be helpful to hear, like, if a fire breaks out at the back of the building in a densely forested area, how can he get to that quickly and not endanger either the surrounding neighborhoods or anybody maybe stuck in the building or anything like that, without getting access to, it's quite a lengthy area that he won't be able to reach. So if we could hear more about a plan for that.
As I recall, the fire chief issued a memo indicating that he had no concerns with the project once we provided this third side for access.
Yeah, I definitely recall the memo, but that's a standard response. Usually it's that, plus make sure you can do the turning of the trucks. But I'd like to understand, as we're looking at what's available to him based on this building. It's unusual for, I don't think I've seen a plan with this of this magnitude that did not have access to a whole side of the building. So I'm not familiar with what would happen in that case. And I just want to understand that. And there's no way to position, I mean, it looks like the building's jammed in there. So there's no way to change the position. It looks like based on the size, there's nothing more to be done in the back area.
Well, if I might, the chief's response is not a rote response. It was in response to concerns about access that were responded to with the impervious area that Mr. Robinson just referred to and is shown in more detail on sheet 9 of 26 of the site plan. So it's there. If the planning board wants to reach out and speak to the chief, I guess that's certainly a purview. But his response letter as part of the initial review, which was introduced in evidence at the land court, certainly indicated where he stood on the process.
Sure. Yeah, I think we would be responsible for reaching out. I'm not asking you to reach out. So I would just like to hear more from him. Okay, any other comments or questions on this one? Okay, now number 5 is reduce visual intrusion by controlling the visibility of parking, storage, or other outdoor service areas viewed from public ways or premises residentially used or zoned. So Amy, you started to get into this a little bit.
Yeah.
So we have, you had a couple different questions here. Have your questions been answered, or are there outstanding items here?
I guess when I look at this criteria, I'm thinking about buffers. So that's why I wanted to know how many feet of trees, how tall the trees are. Questions probably about lighting, and that had to do with the elevation. If the neighborhood's going to be at a lower elevation, then there'd be underneath the lights.
And if you zoom out a little bit, because now I can't see the bottom there, and you had a couple of, there we go. Okay, oops. So when I go by this property where I think I'm going by the driveway, it doesn't really look a whole lot green at all. There's really nothing there. Is this for just illustration here? It's sort of.
This is an aerial photograph of the site. So the green you see here, the trail you see here is taken from an aerial photograph. There's a small opening here that's kind of blocked off with rocks, and there's a dirt kind of parking lot right here. But we are using that same kind of clearing through the tree line as our access point.
Okay.
And there is a robust, I've stood on this at this spot very many times. There is a robust vegetative buffer at the front here. You can see the tree line in gray right there.
I actually have a picture.
Yeah, so interesting because I don't, maybe I
Yeah.
wonder if I'm looking in the right place then.
You could be looking at a different location.
You want me to bring up my picture or no?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, let's see if I bring up the right picture. I have to remember the name of this. I have too many documents open.
Hmm.
Let's see. Okay. So this picture right here. Can you see my little arrow?
Yes.
This is the picture when I was sitting in that little pullout now that says do not park where the trucks are parking. So I think this is the path where the driveway is. 200 Bartlett was across the street.
Yeah,
that
that's
correct?
the spot. That's the location. Yep. And you can see the trees just to the right in your photo.
That's this one, a close up. I was just wondering, a lot of it is grassy, like she was saying, but this is probably the aqueduct here. Will these trees be coming down?
Couldn't tell you that. I don't know
Right.
where those are.
So this is when you're going straight, and like right here to the right was where that foundation was. And where that foundation is will be the corner of the building almost.
The
So when you're
aqueduct is,
sitting in this little lot, you'll be able to see the building right here.
that's not accurate.
Okay.
That's all right.
The
No,
aqueduct
because-
is on the other side of that tree. Of that green, the aqueduct is on the other side of that.
So this one I'm pointing at, the aqueduct's on the other side of this tree?
Yeah, you can gauge it by the light pole, by the utility pole as well.
Okay.
It's approximately, and I think Dave can do maybe a measurement on Google Earth, but it's over 400 feet from the edge of the roadway to the corner, the closest corner of the building.
That's correct. The very closest point to the edge of Bartlett Street is 450 linear feet. And you have to remember, although you're showing this picture with the driveway going straight in, that the drive bends to the right just past that first tree line, and the building will be behind that tree line to the right of that photo.
Right
To the
back
right.
here.
Yeah. back
And
there.
the parking lot will be on the left though.
Right, but remember the parking lot's like 10 feet below grade, below that surface that your cursor to the left. It's like there's a significant, remember that 1.5 on 1 riprap slope leading down to the parking lot. There's a significant slope going down to the parking lot.
Yes,
So after the aqueduct, that riprap is gonna go up and then down?
It kind of ties into the existing grade and then goes down. So the aqueduct side is high, the parking lot side is low on the riprap. So the parking
Okay.
lot's hidden, behind earth in that location.
If you're walking on the aqueduct though, you probably would look, if you walk by it on the aqueduct, you look to your right, the parking lot would be right there.
Well, the aqueduct, remember, is like a basin in that area, right? Remember, we just went through that exercise.
Yep.
So you're not seeing much from the aqueduct if you're standing in the bottom of it
Okay.
because of those side slopes, right?
There are two
And then
side
our-
slopes, but
Yep.
then they go back up.
Then they go back up for our crossing, and
Yep.
then it goes right back down. So the only high point is the crossing.
And this is the foundation, I think. On the site plan, it shows a foundation. I was assuming that was it.
That's it. Yep, that's a concrete foundation called out on the site plan, existing conditions and demolition plan. Yeah.
And that's in the parking lot, but that's really not that far from here. It was like right in there.
It's pretty well behind there.
That's why I think, and I don't know what anybody else thinks, like a half an hour site walk just to walk right here would give people a really good perspective.
Is the concern regarding the visual intrusion from, I guess
The
Maybe I'm-
visual intrusion from the street, but also from the residents. I guess
right.
When I walked this the other day, I was parked right there and I was amazed at how close the aqueduct was and how close this little foundation was. Like, it took me 2 seconds to get there. Yet this is the parking lot of the building.
Yeah,
But
again,
I think
it's,
on the graphic, maybe, I think that graphic probably tells the story the best, is that, and Dave, the graphic shows how much further this building sits back from Bartlett compared to the other similar properties along Bartlett. I know the property directly across the street is much closer to Bartlett with no visual buffer in front. 301 Bartlett is much closer to the street with less of a visual buffer. This building doesn't run parallel to Bartlett. It runs at an angle. So really the only way that this building would be visible from Bartlett is, especially if you're driving in a vehicle, would be through that narrow window where the driveway would be, and then you'd only catch the corner of the building.
and don't forget, we're proposing several layers of landscaping between Bartlett Street and the building, and it's also set down significantly. So keep that in mind too. What you see here today as existing conditions will be improved upon in the proposed conditions.
I was just wondering, this is Amazon up here. I was wondering if this would be the view from the neighbors if it was up on a hill. Because you said, it's up on a hill and then it goes down.
The wetlands, then back up.
Yeah, the elevation of the site, of the finished floor elevation and the elevation of the abutting neighbors is the same.
Mm-hmm.
So
So you'd just be looking straight.
You'd be looking straight, correct, right? Through the conservation, the area that would be retained as restricted conservation area.
Okay. Now with the riprap, I saw in 301 Bartlett, half of 301 Bartlett is the really big rock riprap, and the other half is like the small rocks. I was wondering, you probably don't even know what that, so when you're walking on the aqueduct, do you see that riprap?
No.
No,
No, because remember, it's down a slope.
right.
So you're
I'm
not,
having a hard time
you're only
picturing
going to see it from the rear of the parking lot. The slope is not anywhere near the size of that slope you're showing. We wouldn't require riprap that diameter. That's very, very large for a very large slope. We'd probably be more to the right there, that smaller diameter, light gray. Yeah.
This is 301 Bartlett. If you go down in their parking lot, Amazon's across the street. And yeah, the behind Bartlett, if you go in their parking lot, it's this big riprap. And you think it would be the small riprap?
For the slope, for our slope, yeah. Yeah. No.
Yeah. I guess my concern was when I went over there and started looking, here's the riprap on the site plan. Here's the aqueduct.
Yep.
And up here, oh, right here is the 40-foot. No, where is it? It's up here, I think, is the 40-foot front setback for the.
No, we don't show the front setback on the grading and drainage plans on the layout plan.
It's
But
on the site plans that I have.
Layout plan, regardless, what's the point with the 40-foot?
Oh, the point was, if this front parcel is gonna be subdivided and sold off, then the frontage for the warehouse is riprap and parking lot, when I thought it should be more of a buffer space. That was what I was getting at. I didn't know if actually through our bylaws, can you put a parking lot and a riprap slope in the front setback of a parcel?
Again, the setback is a building setback that you're referring to. It's a building setback. So within all of those front, rear, and side yard setbacks, the building must be located or have a variance. We're well within the setbacks, building setback.
Yeah, I know the building's within the setback, but it doesn't matter if you fill that front setback with riprap and parking lot.
The dimensional.
I always thought the front setback was a buffer. Like just how you would want a buffer from the road, you'd want a buffer to the building. It was a question.
Attorney Tedeschi, do you want to comment on that in terms of zoning obligations or what we need to
Oh, actually, you know what it is? Our bylaw says around the parking lot, you need a 10-foot buffer. And this 10-foot buffer is within the front setback is riprap. So that doesn't seem like a 10-foot landscape buffer because it's gonna be a wall of rocks, like the picture below. That's,
So Attorney Janeski, does that, what are the requirements based on the bylaws for that?
I
If we're
have them
just-
right here.
Madam Chair, if we were just talking about a front setback or a setback for a building, I will stand to be corrected, but I am not aware of a particular requirement about what is or is not allowed to be in that setback area. The parking lot, buffer for vegetation, again, that requirement will need to be met. And if there's a specific question about the relationship between vegetation, buffer, and riprap, I would say that the applicant could provide that information or point out how the plan does comply.
This is the bylaw right here. That it says you have to have 10 feet in width around the parking lot. Sufficient density and height to provide effective screening for parked vehicles.
Okay, so for the applicant, is your buffer right now meeting this bylaw in your opinion, or not meeting this?
There is nothing proposed on that front lot. And that's the plan that's before the planning board.
This question right now is talking about the 10-foot buffer around the parking lot.
Okay, so is that part of the plan already, the 10-foot buffer, or no?
It's there, but it's riprap.
Okay,
If I may,
sure.
the front setback is actually from Bartlett Street. So the subdivision plan is not before the planning board right now. So you have to consider the application on the merits of the application that is before you, not the subdivision plan. So the parcel that abuts Bartlett Street is not proposed for any sort of building. And the front setback is only 40 feet. So they're complying with their front setback in that front parcel along Bartlett Street.
In the site plans, it shows them as two separate parcels. And actually the front setback is drawn around both parcels.
But the reason for that is because the aqueduct parcel separates the two parcels. So it's impossible to join the two parcels together. So even if there is no, the back parcel is a landlocked parcel. It has no frontage. So the project that is before the planning board includes both parcels because the two parcels are separated by the aqueduct. So it's impossible to join them. So the front setback is for the front parcel because that is the proposed development.
I would think that if that is allowed, then they'd have to be attached by deed. Like, how can you say there's a landlocked parcel, it has no frontage, but we're going to allow the parcel in front to be the frontage, yet there are two separate A&Rs? Like the A&R from the year 2000 only has the back parcel, and that's the one that was noted in the decision.
So when the aqueduct was originally laid out back in, gosh, I think it was the 1800s, they created a parcel for the aqueduct. So they imposed the creation of that parcel, thereby separating a parcel into two parcels or however many parcels there were. So like I said, it's impossible. You can't join the two parcels together because they're separated by the aqueduct parcel.
Right, so if they're considered one parcel that's separated, but then they still get they still could sell off the front parcel, even though we're saying we're gonna give them the benefit of the
They
doubt. This
can't.
is,
No,
so
they
they
can't.
can't. So they can never
can't
sell it on.
because they can't because they'd have to go to the planning board for subdivision to create frontage for the rear parcel because it's a landlocked parcel. So there is another possibility. They could go through the A&R process and they could divide, but they would always have to give the warehouse frontage along Bartlett Street in that scenario.
Okay, so they give frontage by the subdivision, but now their front setback is gone because they've sold it to somebody else.
No, because if they were doing it through the A&R process, they would still have 40 feet of frontage. I mean, I'm sorry, 150 feet of frontage minimum along Bartlett Street. So you'd still be counting their front setback from Bartlett Street. You wouldn't be counting it from the aqueduct because the aqueduct isn't providing you with any frontage.
I guess it's confusing because the site plan has lines drawn on it and it shows the 40-foot setback from the aqueduct.
Yeah, it's important to remember though that the aqueduct is not a roadway, so it doesn't provide frontage. So what you have to do is you have to look to the parcel that's along Bartlett Street for your frontage. So that's where the front setback calculation comes into play.
Okay,
It's
I'll
the
show
front
you
setback
tomorrow.
from Bartlett Street, not the aqueduct.
All right, but on the site plans we have, it shows the front setback from the aqueduct.
And that's a building setback. It's not related to the frontage.
Right. But it's not from Bartlett Street. All right. We can talk about it further, but offline.
Okay, so for this one then, you had questions about, this is in terms of the visual intrusion. Are there other areas here, Amy, you had questions about the tree, so forgetting that part of it, your questions about the trees in the front, or has that been answered for you? Or do we need, you had asked about a street view or a site visit or anything like that? Are those things you're
Well,
still?
if anybody else wants to do it, I wanted to do a site view. I mean, a site walk.
Is
And I
anyone,
also think in the decision, when they were in front of the judge, they talked about the more than 400 feet from Bartlett Street, preservation of existing vegetation along Bartlett Street. So I was thinking, you know, if this warehouse is allowed there, like I said before, there should be a conservation restriction that if that's their buffer, the 400 feet to Bartlett Street, then it should be preserved that way. It's just my opinion.
okay. Any other board comments or questions on that one?
Carrie?
Bill has his hand up.
I'm sorry, Bill, I didn't see you.
That's okay. One thing that I was just looking at, so the picture that Amy was showing, the riffraff that's there, Mr. Robinson, is that going to be up against the aqueduct? The rock that you have on, that you had on there?
So, no, because the aqueduct itself, which is a large subsurface, literally an aqueduct, is in the depressed area. So there's a buffer that's kind of built up between that riprap and where the actual aqueduct is. And we did actually locate the physical aqueduct using ground penetrating radar as part of this project. So we know where it is. It's right in the center of there. So no, it's not right up against it.
Right. Yeah, my concern was we've been working on trying to get a trail over the top of it, and we were denied even putting crushed stone over the top of it because the MWRA said they wanted access to it at all times. So I was a little concerned if you were putting that riffraff up against the side of the aqueduct, but if you're not, that's fine. Thank you.
No, and we do have approval. We did, I know you're new to the board, but we did go through rigorous approval with the MWRA.
I was actually looking at that, but your approval is only for an access driveway. So again, if you were putting the snow and the riffraff up against that, it wouldn't be part of what your approval is for. I have it right.
But that is all on our property.
Right, but it's very specific. The 8M is very specific on access driveway. So, but again, if you're not putting the riffraff up against the aqueduct, then I don't think it's a problem.
Okay, thank you.
But there is snow up against it. Do you view that as a problem? Or there's
No, we just said that the aqueduct is buried in the low part of the sort of bowl that's created. So that berm is well up and above any part of the aqueduct.
Well, but that berm is considered part of the aqueduct. I mean, like I said, people are looking to put crushed stone over the top, which is that trail that's going across. So if that part that comes down into your driveway is if you're putting rock up against that earth that's coming down into your driveway, then the MWRA considers that their property.
They already reviewed and approved the project.
Again, for the access driveway. They may not be aware of the riffraff that's going to be going up against the side of the dirt, the aqueduct.
So just to clarify, we're not either storing any snow or putting any riprap within the MWRA right of way. It's all located within our lot.
Okay.
The only disturbance within the aqueduct will be where it crosses through the point where we have the permit for. So it's adjacent to that area. Yes, it's right up in that area adjacent to it, but it's not over there. It's not on that lot. And in terms of snow storage, obviously it's up a slight embankment, so snow wouldn't be pushed over top of that embankment, as is delineated on the snow storage plan.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and do they get a copy of the new plans, whatever you revised, I guess? Well,
The MWRA?
yeah,
Yes, we haven't revised, I guess we would, the snow storage plan, we would provide to the snow storage contractor to make sure that they're not storing snow where they shouldn't be, but we haven't revised any of the plans that for the site plan that would need to go to the MWRA. We haven't changed the design of the crossing over the aqueduct.
okay, thank you. All right, so anything else for reducing visual intrusion? So Amy, you had a concern that there is not a tree line there, but based on your pictures, does that clarify it for you or not clarify it? Or do other board members have questions about it? I'm going to drive by. I'll drive by again because I can see now where that is where I was looking, and I did not view it as being heavily vegetated, but it looks like what you're saying is that it's that second row of trees, not that first piece of it. And there'd be nothing in between, sort of where there's nothing in between the next row of trees there in that line. Is that what you're saying? That row of trees in the back that we saw will be in front of the building?
You talking to me or them?
No, sorry. I guess, David, you had that.
Yeah, that's correct. Exactly what you said. There's a second row of trees.
Okay. So I will drive by that. Is everyone else familiar with the site?
Mm-hmm.
Bill, have you been over there? And Lori, I think did you walk around it as well? Okay.
Yes, I visited.
Okay. Let's see. Anything else there? Okay. Next one is achieve, oh wait, Amy, you had, is there a need for elevation and street view, or that, Laura, you found that?
No, there is no rendering. Is that what you're asking for? The rendering of
Yeah.
the project from the street view? I did reach out to Mark and he responded in an email saying that that doesn't exist.
So
Okay,
there's no way to do it? Like one lineman did it. There's no way with your computer systems to do a street view?
It may be possible to do it. It just, it under the circumstances, given the discussion we just had, that the roadway entrance is within a currently cleared area and then moves away into another area, and the distance, it doesn't serve any purpose to have that type of expenditure in this case.
All right, it would help.
Okay, so is that Attorney Janeski, is that something we can request if the board wanted to see, or there's no value in it, or any opinion on that?
Madam Chair, I would say it's a request that you can make. I don't see it as a requirement if it's not in the rules and regulations, and I don't believe that it is. So it's the applicant's decision to determine how helpful that information would be. And perhaps in looking at the existing plans, there may be some other plan sheet or set of information that would provide additional information to what's already been discussed, so that although there may not be a view, you may have a sense of dimension, distance, and scale to predict, if you will, what the view would be.
Okay. Okay, any other board comments or questions? Okay. Achieve greater consistency and compatibility with the surrounding area as to building design or scale or site design. Comments or questions on this one?
Well, I mean, I reviewed some of the surrounding area, building designer scale, thinking about the scale. There was a comment in there that this project is smaller than most of the warehouses and set back 400 feet from Bartlett Street. So I went out to the GIS, and to your west is Stirrup Brook. The houses there are 3,000 to 4,000 square feet. Across the street is 200 Bartlett, which said it was 17,000 square feet. 170 Bartlett, which is 28,000 square feet. FedEx is 43,000 square feet. So I just feel the comment that was made in court, as Attorney Donahoe said, these were the comments made in court to say that the project is smaller than most of the warehouses. It wasn't really a valid statement.
Okay, did you have certain, go ahead.
Sorry, pardon me. I'd point out that the building proposed here is smaller than the most recent building that appeared on the depiction we had up before on Hayes Memorial Drive. It is smaller than 301 Bartlett Street. Both of those lots are smaller than the lot here in question. The depiction that Ms. Paretsky just showed from the site of the Amazon warehouse facility across the street demonstrates that simply looking at one building that is across the street presently isn't really the nature of the entire area. All of the discussion relative to the impact of traffic and the like suggests, as one knows pretty clearly, that Bartlett Street, Lyman Street have warehouses that are significantly larger than this on smaller lots.
I was just putting in context because it's the warehouse that's closest to the residential neighborhood. You said it's 700 feet from a resident's property. So to go from 3,000 square foot house to a 150,000 square foot warehouse is a bigger jump than going from 3,000 square feet to a 17,000 square foot warehouse like at 200 Bartlett Street.
I wouldn't disagree with the math. I disagree with the concept behind it, but I'll let that go.
Yeah, I guess the criteria just asks about scale.
Okay. Reduce glare from headlights, reduce light trespass from luminaires onto adjacent lots or the street, or light overspill into the night sky. So it sounds like with elevation wise, it sounds like this is only whatever the projection was, it was closer to 37. It's down 15 feet. So there's a delta there. I guess one thing I'd be concerned about without knowing between the neighborhoods and the building itself, like, do you have the photometrics plan there by any chance with you, just to take a quick look at?
Yeah, I do. Do you want me to pull that up?
Yeah, do you mind?
Can everyone see that?
Yes.
Yeah, so the lights for this project are the same lights that we installed at Hayes G through the woods to the northeast. This is a photo, they're fully customizable, first of all. And this is a photometrics plan that shows basically light output in candle feet. And it basically, shows the limits of where the light is anticipated to be shed. Everything's focused to the center of the property to mitigate light spillage over the property lines. Everything's directed towards the middle of the site.
Okay, so nothing's really going out back towards where the neighborhoods would be located?
So these are the values in foot candles. An average site would be about 1.0 foot candles. You can see the 1.0 foot candle designation here in red. That's just to achieve like minimum illumination, security lighting. And then the half foot candle in blue. As you can see near the property line, we have values of 0 and 0.1, which is very, very dim. And again, there is that 705 foot buffer. So I think that this plan kind of shows how we achieve and meet the regulations for the town with regards to lighting.
One thing that happened across the street, and I'm not suggesting you plan this, but a surprise, very bright light was put up. I don't, because the trucks needed extra light or something. And I don't know, Lori, do you know how that ever got put up without any sort of, was that part of their plan all the while, or was that, it seemed like a surprise? Do you know what light I'm talking about?
No, I'm not aware.
All right. I guess suffice to say, there's no real plan, you have trucks coming in, or what are the hours of operation? I guess I'll start there. Do you have a sense of what the hours of operation would be?
No, not really.
Okay, because what was happening is the trucks were coming in at night, and then all of a sudden there were these huge glaring lights over there, and it's up on the hill, and it just made the area, it was extremely overlit, and it was really distracting. Even as a driver, it's really distracting. So just something I was interested in hearing any plans on what that looks like.
I guess I'd point out, and David can certainly get into more detail, but my recollection is the light poles that are on the loading dock side, for lack of a better term, of the building are proposed to be lower than the building itself. And you do have the benefit of the driveway, as you see, as one enters. If the concern is light from headlights, it gets directed obviously away from the neighborhood and behind the shield that the building creates relatively early as one gets right over the aqueduct. So.
Yeah, that's a good point. The building kind of acts as a light buffer as well. And as Mark mentioned, these light poles are mounted at 20 feet 6 inches, so significantly lower than the 36 or 37 foot building we're going to propose.
Okay.
There are a couple parking lot lights that are 27.6 feet. I
There
think
might
they-
be some that are taller, yeah. Still below the 37, 36 feet, yeah.
Right. I wonder if it'll be over the tree buffer, if the wetlands go down before it goes back up.
Right, but as you can see, as you approach the property line, you're at 0 foot candles.
Yep.
So
But I
there's
think if you're
no,
underneath them, you can still see them. From a distance, like when I was at 301 Bartlett, I actually drove out last night to look at the lights. And when you're sitting in the parking lot of 301 Bartlett, you can see the Amazon across the street because it's up higher.
yeah, again, this site's going to be down low, so the opposite would be true for this project.
Okay, other comments or questions on this one? Okay, avoid the removal or disruption of historic, traditional, or significant structures or architectural elements.
Only thing I saw was that foundation. I don't know
Yeah, the
how
foundation.
historical it is.
Yeah, so it was very clear from the land court trial that there's no historical significance with that foundation. That was one of their facts of finding.
Mhm. And one thing, Lori, I forwarded to you as well, that Norm had shared about that area. He, at the time, what was the dairy farm there? Mills Dairy Farm. Hold on.
Yeah, it was Mills.
Mills.
I actually have it right here.
If there was some, he had mentioned if there is some way to, so just brief history of the property with the remaining stone foundation, likely the old barn foundation was once the Mills Dairy Farm, and he just sent some pictures and just said, wondering if the new building or property owner could somehow be named after the earlier owners. So maybe there's some sort of naming conventions there as a hat tip to Mills Dairy Farm. I think he had submitted that so long ago and I've forgotten about it, and I'm sure we all did. So I just wanted to bring that forward again.
When somebody send it along, we'll take a look at it.
Sure. Okay. Anything else on this one? Reduce obstruction of scenic views from publicly accessible locations. Nothing here. Okay, well, what I want to do, I want to make sure it's 9:15, so we open it up, allow for public comments. A couple letters also came in to the board as well, or just actually I wrote down, I think we only had one come in. Nope, two. We had two come in. I think one we talked about. We had another email come in from Carter Brannon. I'm not sure if either, we had an email from John Wickstead and Carter Brannon, if either are here. Or we can just speak to what you had sent. So I will open up to public comments. John Wickstead, I've seen your hand up for a while, so I'm gonna allow you to talk here. Bring you on in. If you just say your name and address.
Sure, it's John Wickstead at 2 Sturbrook Lane. Can you hear me?
Yes, hi.
I had just a couple quick questions, if I could, just before I make a comment. The pictures that you keep showing in the building don't show the dimensions of it. How long is this building? It's about, as far as I can tell, it's about 800 feet. Is that correct, Mr. Lopez?
Do you mind answering?
I don't know off the top of my head. That sounds a bit longer than what I believe it to be, but we can certainly.
Mr. Robinson, you probably have a map there. I'm just.
It's 800 long.
Yeah, it's 800 feet long. So it's longer than it is closer to the houses. So I presume you can see from one end of the building to the other. And I'll just start my comments here. But I would presume if you stood at one end of the building, you'd be able to see the other end of the building. And that's closer than it is to the residential neighborhood.
Right, but there's
If
no.
that's clear to everybody that the length of the building is more than you are close to the houses. Now, we've had some comments about very specific criteria here. And I understand that the decision has to be made based on these very specific site plan criteria. And there's a couple of these that are particularly important. I sent an email to the planning board as well as to the Conservation Commission regarding the recognized environmental situation. If I spilled 500 gallons of gasoline on my property and it leaked over to Steve Shaw's house, I'm sure Steve wouldn't be allowed to dig up his property and ignore the fact that I spilled chemicals all over his property. It would be my responsibility to clean it up, but I'm sure Mr. Shaw wouldn't be allowed to build a house on dirty dirt until the dirty dirt had been cleaned up. And I think that the town and the Gutierrez Corporation have an obligation to the neighbors who live in this area and to the people who use Stirrup Brook and the watershed as their groundwater protected zone to at least identify whether or not some of these chemicals from the other lot have spilled onto your property. I mean, that's just a common sense respect issue for our town. And whether or not you want to make it a legal requirement or not, I think it's an ethical requirement. And I think given what you know about the number of VOCs that have been spilled along the Hayes Memorial area and the down gradient nature of your property relative to those spills, and the propensity of these VOCs, particularly TCE, to linger in groundwater for decades, I think you have an obligation to do some testing on your property to reassure the town and the neighbors that you're not digging up VOCs and TCE. I would point out that TCE is a particularly bad actor in that it's quite common in groundwater, and it's known to expose people to a 6 to 11-fold risk of Parkinson's disease. So this is not really hyperbole on my part. And I understand that, I'm a neighbor here, and so everything I say is going to be suspect. But, the entire town relies on the groundwater protected zones for their backup water supply. And God forbid we ever had to use the backup water supply. That's not the time to find out that it's been contaminated with TCE. So, I would ask the Gutierrez company to do the right thing here and do some testing on your property to make sure there aren't VOCs before you dig an 800-foot foundation. Secondarily, for some of the specific criteria that you have, and again, I don't want to take up all of the board's time. I know there's other people who want to make comments. The issue of building scale, you are far closer, 700 feet, to the residential neighborhood than you are to the 600,000 square foot warehouse that Mr. Donahue references, which is a half a mile away. You're 700 feet away from residential neighborhood. That's the neighborhood that you should be looking to be in scale with. Even the building across the street from you is on the order of 7 times smaller than what you're proposing to put on here, right? You are closer to that building than you are to the 600,000 square foot warehouse. Hell, you're closer to all of these buildings than you are to either A. Dewey Pyle or FedEx or 301 Bartlett Street. I mean, you're way closer to these smaller buildings, and the issue of building scale is not to be blown off. That's really disingenuous. The issue of light trespass and noise trespass is particularly sensitive for the people who live in this area. Yes, it's a highly vegetated area between the residential neighborhood and your building. You're absolutely correct. It's highly vegetated between April and October. And between October and April, it's not vegetated at all. So, the idea that this is highly vegetated is great in the summertime. It's not so great in the wintertime. If you don't think that's an issue, come stand in my front yard and look down the road. I'm about a mile from Amazon, and you can see it from my front yard. The light trespass on these things is really crazy. And if you don't believe me, just drive down the street and take a look at the warehouses up there. It's like, living close to an airport. And seriously, that light map that you show is completely ridiculous. I'm sure you had a nice, that I'm sure you find that funny, Mr. Robinson, but if you lived here, you probably wouldn't. The light trespass issues there are really painful. And I would say lastly, the noise trespass is going to be even worse. You've got a large parking lot that you're going to be plowing in the middle of the night. The hours of operation here are particularly important for the residents. And I find it hard to believe that the Gutierrez company would invest the kind of money needed to build this warehouse without having a prospective tenant in mind. We've been told that we have no idea what the hours of operation are going to be. We've been told we have no idea who the tenant is going to be. This just opens us up to a whole lot of bad surprises. And I would ask the planning board to be sensitive to the fact that people live here. And snowplows running at 3 o'clock in the morning, trucks backing up at 2 o'clock in the morning, all of that noise is 700 feet away. And I would ask that the planning board seriously consider the hours of operation that they're going to allow this to occur. The last point I would make is related to safety. We've got a lot of trucks already on this road. We have precedent from 600 Bartlett Street for insisting that the trucks coming and going leave to the east and stay away from the high school and the residential neighborhoods. And I would ask that the planning board consider using the precedent on the precedent at 301 Bartlett Street at this same property and restrict trucks from entering and exiting from the west. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much for your comments. Okay, I have Ann Beckstrom. I'm going to bring you in. Hi, Ann, just your name and address, please.
Hi, this is Ann Beckstrom at 152 Bartlett Street. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, we can.
Okay. All right. Thank you to Jack Wickstead for articulating, all of the issues that the Bartlett Street neighbors are concerned with, because he articulated it very well. I also wanted to just comment that when I look at the diagram that Dave Robertson had put up, and that one area in front of the building where you're proposing to be a snow accumulation area, that shows very clearly that you've got what appear to be full-grown trees right there. And it does seem like it would be very difficult to collect snow there if there's going to be trees right next to the building there. It doesn't seem like it would be really possible to do that. And then I was also going to comment on the driveway that exits onto Bartlett Street, wondering if you are intending to have signage to direct your trucks to exit towards the east or towards Marlboro. Because again, we have had so many issues with the trucks coming down towards the Bartlett and Algonquin area from Amazon, that we're trying to avoid that happening. And I do share the concern about there not being access to the fire trucks on the back of the building, regardless of what possibly the fire chief had stated before that he was fine with your proposal. It does seem like that would be very dangerous if there ever were a forest fire back there. They wouldn't be able to get back to it. And if there is going to be a neighborhood walkthrough or another walkthrough of the property with the planning board, if the area residents could also participate in that, I would be like to do that. I'd like to participate in that with you. And I guess it seems clear that, I guess another question I had was, in that loading dock area, is there sufficient turnaround area there for the trucks to back in and then come back out that driveway, or are they going to have to back down the driveway to exit the loading dock area?
There's no backing down the driveway. We have vehicle tracking software that we use. We can model all different kinds of trucks. There are turning radii, everything like that. Basically the trucks will come in, back in, and pull out and pull out straight down the driveway. There's plenty of sufficient room there. That truck court is actually modeled after the 301 and Bartlett and 150 Hayes Memorial Drive. So there's no backing up of the trucks there.
Okay. And then lastly, so you don't know who the tenant is going to be, sorry. But is the vision for this or the expectation that it's only going to be one business or possibly multiple businesses?
Do you happen to know that, or no way to tell?
It's more likely than not one business.
Okay. All right. Well, that was really all I wanted to say.
Okay, thanks, Anne, for your questions. One that I think Anne had asked, just to reiterate, the current plan signage at the exit, is there a current plan? There is no current plans for signage. That would be a condition for turning a certain way on the road. That's not in the current plan, is it?
I think the plan reflects a no left turn sign exiting the
It
site.
does. Okay.
For trucks, for trucks, not all traffic.
Right. Okay, great, thank you. Let's see, Janine C, just your name and address.
Hi, Janine Callahan, 60 Brooklyn. So I appreciate John and Ann calling in. I'm not going to waste everybody's time because they basically said everything that I wanted to say. My feeling is that Gutierrez is not considering the residents. And a great point that I think Jack made is he's absolutely right. If you stand at one end of the building, you can absolutely see the other end of the building. So how is it possible that standing at the corner of the planned building and looking towards the neighbors on Stirrupbrook and Jenkins, you're not going to be able to see a monstrosity of a building? And everybody keeps talking about what the building is going to look like from Bartlett Street. Honestly, I don't really care. I care about what it's going to look like from the residents who live on Stirrupbrook and Jenkins. I'm hoping that this is not going to be a 24/7 facility. I think that's very unfair to the residents. And in regards to the driveway and the signage requiring trucks to make a left and not head down towards the residential section, we all know how that goes. It doesn't work. Amazon doesn't do it. A Dewey Pile doesn't do it. Everybody that's required to go certain ways do not follow the rules. So I don't understand why this facility is going to be any different. And again, the residents are the ones that are taking the brunt of the problems, and we are the collateral damage in this facility being built. So again, thank you for allowing the residents to call in. And I agree with Ann. I would love to walk the property with Gutierrez because I mean, looking at a site plan, it just doesn't really make sense. And Jack's right, dead of winter, there's no leaves on the trees. There's no protecting us from the noises of a 150,000 square foot warehouse. But again, thank you. Thank you for taking the time for listening.
Okay, great. Thanks, Janine. Carter Brannon. Hi, Carter. You sent us an email as well. Oops, can you hear us? You're cutting up a little bit. We really can't hear you well. You're cutting up significantly. Do you want to try to call in, or we can bring you back in? I can certainly speak to some of the information you shared. Did the applicant also receive Carter's email, Lori?
We did.
Okay, so if that's helpful.
You can speak to some of the points from my email.
Oh, we can hear you now, Carter. So just your name and address.
Okay, Carter Brennan, 22 Sherwin Drive. So yeah, as I said in my email, my main concern was that, and correct me if I'm wrong, but the building is proposed at least partially to be within 200 feet of Stirrup Brook, which I don't know what exactly the current legal regulations are, but there are recommendations to avoid to leave 200 feet undeveloped of a tributary of that size. And I noted in the email that would probably be beneficial to avoiding water pollution, obviously, which is one of the criteria, but also the scenic views, and it would, I think, create a larger buffer zone between the built industrial warehouse and the residential area, which I think would relieve, and it would likely, the reasonable alterations would probably be reducing the scale of the building to accommodate if the planning board were to ask the applicant to remain 200 feet away from the brook. That would probably reduce the size of the building, or would have to reduce the size of the building. And I think that would be, a reasonable thing that most parties who have objected to it would. It would maybe not make them happy, but it would at least reduce their issues with it.
Okay, great. Any other comments there?
I think as I kind of said in my email, probably says it better, but I don't know if I'm clearly understanding the bylaws, but in my opinion, the expectation of the asking to keep it 200 feet away, which would also that would also be more consistent with most other buildings in the area that do not intrude into 200 feet from Stirrup Brook, and would be more consistent with the site plans of the area. And in my opinion, anyways, it seems like that would be sufficient for the planning board to withhold approval of the site plan, and a reasonable alterations to the site plan would likely keep people less upset with the proposal.
Oh, thank you. So Attorney Janeski, a clarification on that. That's a Concom thing, the buffer between the river?
I didn't hear all of the comments, but I believe it was related to a river setback, and that, yes, would be a Conservation Commission.
Okay, and it is 200 feet in our, I'm not familiar with all the regulations. Does that happen to be the correct buffer?
There are various setbacks under the Act and the regulations, depending on the classification of the water body. It might be helpful to have Mr. Robinson speak to.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, so real quick, what he's referring to are the 100-foot and 200-foot inner and outer riparian zones to bank, which is a flagged bank, which is typically a stream or a river. We went through rigorous permitting with conservation. That is completely a conservation issue. It's one of the resource buffers that conservation protects, similar to a wetland buffer. And we went through rigorous permitting with conservation, which we did receive approval for. And part of what we had to do you're allowed to disturb up to 10% of that riverfront area on your site. So we went through rigorous calculations with conservation to get that approval. I think it was in 2020. So we did go through that permitting effort, but the Wetlands Protection Act does allow for up to 10% disturbance of that.
All right, thanks for clarifying that. Thanks for bringing that forward, Carter. You make a great point.
May I ask another comment, or?
Sure, go ahead.
I assumed that the applicant had gone through. This has been going on for several years now, and it looks like there's a lot of conservation stuff involving the property, and I thank you for going through that process. It seems to be something that you had as a priority. But part of my suggestion to it is that if I think it would seem that in addition, rather than as a conservation.
Oh, we're losing you again, Carter. Sorry, we lost you again. We can't hear you anymore. But if you want to finish that thought via email and send it our way, we can share it. Everyone will get a copy of that. And we just can't hear you anymore. So, okay, I'm going to move it back over because we can't hear you. But again, if you want to submit those comments, please do. I appreciate you taking the time to take a look at that. Okay, Rachel Armstrong. Hi, Rachel, just your name and address.
Hi, it's Rachel Armstrong, 10 Hemlock Drive. I first wanted to say that I 100% agree with the residents that have called in regarding all of the concerns, the groundwater, the scale, the traffic concerns. So I won't repeat that. My question is, Mr. Donahue had said that that Gutierrez doesn't plan this to be a high impact warehouse. How do you quantify that? And can you hold Gutierrez to that promise via a planning board condition where once they, where they're held to certain, I guess, a quantity of traffic or however you would quantify what a high impact warehouse means versus a low impact warehouse? And can that be a planning board condition? And then also, continuous monitoring to make sure that they stay within the guidelines that they've agreed to.
Okay, so first I'm going to actually ask Attorney Janeski, based on our current bylaws, how would you delineate that?
Madam Chair, that term, either high impact or low impact or other type of described impact is not a term that's in the bylaw. The warehouse use is a permitted use. In my view, the board has and can ask for additional information, some of which you've already received by way of the traffic comments during the previous hearings as to the estimated or anticipated type of use. And there may be conditions that would be appropriate, but I think more than that, I cannot say at this point because I don't think we have sufficient information for me to advise or opine on what would be applicable or permissible in light of XYZ facts, because the nature or the description of high impact or low impact is not something that is a given at this point.
Does that
am I still?
Oh, go ahead, Rachel.
No, I'm sorry. So is that if the applicant is promising a low impact warehouse, is there a way then to, when the tenant is revealed, to have it come before the planning board again? I mean, is there a way to do that?
Madam Chair, again, through you, under the provisions of the bylaw in the site plan review process, I would say no, based on just that distinction. And again, not having any further information other than what is proposed isn't allowed use under the bylaw.
Question though, if we're looking in the confines of the traffic report and the traffic report, has X traffic, but the tenant comes in and it's a whole different level of traffic, how do we account for that? So whether you call it, regardless of what you call it, it could be the difference between high impact, low impact, but outside of definitions, how do you account for the way that you calculate traffic?
And I think that's the way that you would approach this and other questions. What are the impacts, again, to use that particular word, but in a generic sense, that a level of use will create or a type of use will create within the scope of review under the 9 site plan criteria.
Okay, got it. Okay, is that helpful to know, Rachel?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, great. Thanks so much for bringing that up. Okay, looks like we have one more here. Dario Designs. Hi, Dario, just your name and address.
Hello, Dario DeMar, 13 Fairway Drive, North Borough. I don't live near the site, but I don't think that should really matter. I think what John Wickstead said should apply to about everybody in the town. But if we look at the criteria, if we start at, I'll go backwards, number 9. It says reduce obstruction of scenic views from publicly accessible locations. So I don't think we could be reducing the obstruction more, because that whole scenic view of the 800 feet and the parking lot along the aqueduct is completely eliminating the scenic views from that public way. So that's a big deal, because we're putting up a 36-foot wall and a bunch of parking spaces where once it was a beautiful scenic view of all the nature from the public way, being the aqueduct. Second, I also agree with, the photometric plans are great because they just show you how much light is on the site. And I understand there's no spillover allowed, and that's done wonderfully. But right now, if you go to Bartlett Pond and you look at it right now, you'll see tons of lights at the warehouses. Even though the light is not shining on Bartlett Pond, it's a beautiful reflection. I think it is airport-like, where all those lights are now reflecting off the pond. So I think the point here isn't, do we spill light off the site, but will those houses see those lights at night in the winter? And if they can assure us they won't, I think that's great. There's cool ways to shield lights, but it's a hell of a way to sleep when you want to have the windows open, or you want to just, get some fresh air, and all of a sudden all the lights are shining in and you can't sleep. So I think that's a big deal coming off the parking lot. I understand some are blocked by the buildings. These half-truths are kind of frustrating, because the ones in the parking lot are not blocked by the building. So those lights will be seen, in my opinion, from the residential neighborhoods. I also think when we talk about compatibility in surrounding area buildings, I think Jack hit that one right on the head. If you start drawing a circle around this site, 200 feet, 400 feet, 500 feet, you'll hit 50 buildings that are 10 times smaller than this before you hit one building that's bigger. So don't sit there and play games with the 3 warehouses are bigger and the other 300 buildings are significantly smaller, because that's just untrue. And the last one, which I guess most of these folks don't seem to care about, is safety. We've got a high school. Unfortunately, these kids aren't the best drivers in the world, and they drive at night. Sometimes they get drunk, sometimes they do drugs. We don't like that, but it happens. And now we're going to increase that traffic. And if and when someone gets hurt, I hope to God you guys can live with it. David may laugh again. This whole thing isn't funny to the neighbors. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your comments, Dario. Okay, that looks like we don't have any additional public comments at this time. Dario, is your hand up again there, or is that a mistake? Did you mean to put your hand back up, Dario? Oops, maybe you did. Dario, did you mean to put your hand back up?
Oh, I didn't.
Okay. All right, there we go. All right, that concludes public comments. Any additional, based on what we've heard, I think it's 9:45. We must do the bylaws tonight because the warrant is closing. So I want to propose some next steps and see if that sounds good to the board and the applicants. It sounds like we have a couple. What I would like to do personally is go back and listen through this hearing, digest it a little bit, think about We have a draft conditions at this point. I know the final merger came super late today, so I personally did not get a chance to go through and look at them all. I think that draft has been changing throughout the day. So I personally would like the time to listen to this hearing, look at potential conditions, and just think through that a little bit before we come back again to the next hearing. I would hope that everybody has a chance to look at that road safety audit that I shared with Lori earlier, both the board and the applicant, to be able to review that. Is there any interest on the applicant's part of doing some sort of walkthrough with the neighbor, invite neighbors to come walk through, or is there any interest there to do that, or no?
Not the neighborhood.
Okay. All right, so that's not on the table. Is there any interest of the board to do a site walk?
I want to do one.
Any
I
other
do
members?
too. Yep.
Okay, is that something that you would be willing to do?
Yeah, when you say, we'll certainly allow access. When you say do, are you looking for active participation in some fashion? And that just becomes a question of coordinating purpose and time.
Sure. Well, I suppose we could go on our own. I would just wonder if, how would we know is it clearly labeled? Are the flags still there? Could we easily see the boundaries so we know we're in the right place? Or
I would definitely not anticipate there being almost any flags left. The wetland flags, is that what you're referring to?
yeah, just to help guide us. So I think what it sounds like the board is trying to figure out is like, what is that view to the neighborhood right now? What does that look like, that property look like from the road when you get into it and on it and in it? What does that look like?
That's what I would like to see. Like when I stood there, where's the parking lot? Like if you could walk in with someone who'd said, okay, now you're standing in the parking lot. This is where the building is.
Yeah, I'd be willing to meet, if it's all right with Israel. I'd be willing to meet with the board at an agreed upon time because I know the site really well. I know where everything's going. I know the landmarks, and it's going to be tough. It's hard to just visualize what's going on out there. Those flags are only meant to be out for like a couple of months. It's been probably 4 years since it was flagged. But I'd be willing to meet the board, whoever wants to go for another walk.
Okay, so offline, maybe could we set something up? I think that sounds like a majority would find that helpful. Lori, is that something you'd want to be a part of at all?
Sure, I'll tag along.
Okay, and does that sound, is there something that I missed that we need to cover or get back to, or anything that would help us get to the next spot we need to be in?
I have one quick question, thinking about one of the neighbors said they'll be looking at the side of the building, and a lot of these warehouses are white with a blue stripe. Are any of them painted like on the side, like a brown or a green that blends in, or does that look even worse? I was just wondering, if you're a neighbor looking at the building, is it better to see something that's like?
Well, I think something that better blends in with,
Right.
nature.
Right. I didn't know if that's done or if that will look crazy. It was just something I was thinking of when she was saying, we have to look at it. And the white is pretty bright.
Is that the current plan? The white with the blue strip? Do we get design? I don't remember what design review came back with. Is that the current plan for a white building?
That's what was submitted. That's what the elevation drawings are showing.
Mm-hmm. Even on just the one side that's facing the neighborhood. We could paint.
Take a look at it.
Yeah, I know if you're on Stirpbrook Trail, and you can see 301 really well, and it's quite shocking from the trail and how it's changed kind of the scenic view over there.
Are you referring to the color, the white?
The size, the color, yep.
Okay. Okay, does that sound like a good approach for next time?
We can certainly coordinate a time, and as part of that, predetermine a scope of this site visit. The applicant is going to, as we committed to, revise the plans in response to the planner's comments. I think most of the comments of Stantec are in the narrative of the operation and maintenance plan, but we'll bring those in and we'll update the operation and maintenance plan as we talked about earlier this evening in response to the Stantec plan, so that you'll have that in time to be able to review it before the next meeting.
Great, thank you. And actually, we didn't go over, that was the last on my list, Lori, I apologize, your comments. Does that satisfy what you had made for your comments and recommendations?
It does.
Okay. All right, great. Okay, in terms of getting back together, I think, when's our next meeting is the
21st.
21st, thank you. Do we want to continue to the public hearing? We'll continue the public hearing to 6 p.m. on February 21st. Does that work for the applicant?
Yes, it does.
Okay. All right. So is there a motion to continue the public hearing to 6 p.m. on February 21st, 2023?
So moved. So
Second?
moved.
All in favor? Amy?
Aye.
Millie?
Aye.
Anthony?
Aye.
Bill?
Aye.
Carries an aye. Okay, so we will see each other back on the 21st at 6 p.m. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have 5 more minutes to stay on for just the, we're starting the bylaw discussion, and I just wanted you to share with the board your thoughts on the groundwater bylaw. Just in terms of, we talked about, for Bartlett, you don't have to stay on. It's not related to your hearing. We're moving to bylaws, so it's a separate matter.
You'll have to pardon our paranoia. So.
No problem. That's okay. All right. I'll switch.
Yes, Madam Chair, I can stay on.
Okay, great. All right, so I'm gonna move out here. Okay. All right, so we are going to do the, oh shoot, I gotta read the public notice. So bear with me here. I'm gonna switch gears. So next we have the public hearing for the purpose of seeking public opinion on the proposed amendments to the Northborough zoning bylaw. And for the public hearing notice, let me get to that. I was very well organized a minute ago. Let's see. All right, here we go. Okay, let's see. The public hearing notice is, in accordance with MGL Chapter 40A, Section 5, the Northborough Planning Board will hold a public hearing on February 7, 2023 at 6:20 p.m. for the purpose of seeking public opinion on proposed amendments to the zoning map and the following sections of the Northborough zoning bylaw, Chapter 7. Complete text of the proposed amendments and proposed zoning map is available on the Planning Department webpage at the northboroughmass.us website /planning department. The bylaws that we will be reviewing include Section 702040 definition, Section 703050 site plans A2, Section 703050 special permit with site plan approval D1, Section 705020 classification of uses C4C. Section 705020 classification of uses J2B3, Section 706030 Table 2 Table of Density and Dimensional Regulations, Section 707010 Groundwater Protection Overlay District, Section 709020 Site Design Standards C6, Section 709030 Off-Street Parking and Loading B1A, Section 709040 Signs B, zoning map by rezoning the portion of 167 Main Street, Assessors Map 53, Parcel 73 and 0 Main Street, Assessors Map 53, Parcel 155, located within the residential CRC District to Business East BE District, acceptance of MGL Chapter 39, Section 23D. Pursuant to Chapter 20 of the Acts of 2021, an act relative to extending certain COVID-19 measures adopted during state of emergency, signed into law on June 16, 2021, as amended by Chapter 22 of the Acts of 2022. This meeting will be conducted via remote participation. No in-person attendance by members of the public will be permitted. To participate in the public comment portions of the meeting from PC, Mac, iPad, iPhone, or Android device, click on the URL posted in the public hearing with the passcode information, or join by phone, also included in the public hearing notice and on the agenda and town website, submitted by Carrie Martinek, chairperson. Okay, so with that, let's get started. Attorney Dineski, I know it's been a late night. I don't want to take up a lot of your time. I just thought it'd be helpful to hear from the board rather than me just try to share what I interpreted as your thoughts. Just what we had talked about. We have I'm going to pull up our bylaws, which you had reviewed as well. And one of our bylaws was consideration of the dissolution of the groundwater committee. And one thing the board had talked about was what sort of liability that could possibly entail when it's perceived that the groundwater has a greater authority than the board itself, and what that looks like. If you wouldn't mind just quickly speaking to that, I think it'd be helpful for the board to just hear that as well.
Certainly, thank you. The issue is really, first of all, a policy determination of whether to have an advisory body. When any bylaw, in my view, creates a review process that includes an advisory board or body or committee that is responsible for reviewing applications and then making recommendations to the body that has the permit or special permit granting authority, the very existence of that will suggest that that advisory body is providing some particular or special experience or expertise. But the fact of the matter will depend on who are the persons who are on that advisory body. And in some instances, there may be several or all that have particular experience or expertise, but in some instances, depending on ability to get volunteers to serve, you may not have a high level. So it's, again, not so much the fact of having an advisory body that might be a determining factor, but who are the persons who will serve on that body. So in a sense, there's an issue of, is advice that might come from an advisory body available from others? In this instance, it could be available from those very boards and committees who currently are responsible for appointing the members of the Groundwater Advisory Committee. And that sort of sets the table of continuing with, for just a complete comparison, an advisory body of 5 persons or an advisory body of a multiple of that by virtue of getting input directly from those boards and committees that would otherwise appoint the Groundwater Advisory Committee members. And again, to repeat what I said at the start, it is really a policy question, but in terms of how a decision is viewed, it could have an impact, again, because when you have an advisory body that would suggest to a third party, to the outside world, if you will, that that body brings some special information or experience to bear on whatever it's doing.
And one thing you had mentioned that I wrote down was that in that case of a third party review, be it a courtroom or whatever the case, the recommendation carries the weight of authority, because you would assume that if there's an advisory committee, it would have that specialized expertise and knowledge. But when it does not, that puts the board in a position of,
there could be a disconnect, I guess, is the way to put it, because if, again, whatever the subject matter is, there's an advisory body that is, whose membership does not necessarily have a level of expertise that's greater than the permit granting body, then the situation you have is that there is created a perception or presumption that the advisory body does have a greater level of knowledge when in fact it may not.
Got it. Okay, any questions on that? Okay, great. All right, Attorney Daneski, you do not have to stay further. I'm going to jump into the bylaws and start at the beginning. So I'm sure you don't want to. You're welcome to stay. You don't have to stay. So
If you're all set, I'm fine. But if something comes up and Laurie wants to text me, that's fine too.
Okay, that sounds great. Yeah,
All
thank
right,
you so much.
Thank you. Good night.
Okay, great. All right, what I'm going to do is I'm going to start from the beginning. What we'll do is we'll take a look at each bylaw, and I think Lori, you were nice enough to include a rationale, which will be, I think, really helpful to put it in perspective for anyone in the public who wants to comment. So they'll just have a better understanding of the reason behind the bylaw. I'm just going to pull that up here. After that time, after each bylaw, I'll ask for public comment on each. At the close of that, we'll close the hearing, and then the board will vote on each one, which ones that the board endorses to move forward. So does anyone have any questions on that process? Does that sound like a good approach? Mm-hmm. Okay, let's see. So I'm going to share my screen. Okay, and Lori, I'm going to share one. It does say draft. This is the most, well, yes, it's 2/7. So this should be the most. Oh, no, you just put the hearing date. This isn't necessarily from 2/7. Does this look correct? 7/2/23 planning with town council comments. Does this is the correct file? Yes. Okay, great. Okay, so the first article here is to see if the town will vote to amend part 7 of the Northborough Town Code, Northborough zoning bylaw 702-040 by adding the text shown below. I think Bob Federico had a comment about this one in terms of a correction required. Oh,
yes.
The International Building Code. Yep.
So his suggestion actually just was with the rationale. So it had nothing to do with the proposed language of the definition for transient. So he just wanted to point out that in the rationale, it should reference the Massachusetts Building Code, not the International Building Code. I'm happy to make that change.
Okay, got it.
Bob's actually in the, he's got his hand up.
Oh, okay, sorry, I can't see everybody. Let's see. Is someone able to move Bob in the mix here?
I can't. I don't know how to.
Let's see. For when I share, I lose. Oh, here we go. Hold on. Let me see participants. All right, there we go. Can you hear us, Bob? Are you there? Try that again. Oops. Bob, can you hear us? Are you there?
Working on it.
Oh, okay. He's working on his. All right. Is he in the room with us?
Hey, how are you?
Oh, there he is. Hello. Welcome.
Good evening. Thanks for having me on. Like Laurie said, what we go by is the Massachusetts Building Code, part of which is the International Building Code, but it's actually the Mass Building Code. That's just a clerical thing, okay? So that was the first thing I saw. The other one I had was about burying utility lines in the ground.
Mm-hmm.
I would recommend you remove the words within conduit. Okay. You're kind of crossing into the specific codes, whether it's plumbing, electrical, septic, or whatever. Although virtually everything underground is in a pipe, they each have their own methods. And I think if we take those two words out and just leave it with those two words remaining, I think you'll still be able to accomplish what you're intending to get.
Okay.
Okay. While we're on a roll, the third item that I looked at is you're talking about not having driveways within 5 feet of a side property line. I would recommend expanded to within 5 feet as well. Okay, so you can't build a new driveway, or you can't expand an existing driveway to within 5 feet.
That makes sense.
Okay, those are the only three things I found. I think they're minor words, but I think they could mean a lot down the road.
Okay.
So if you don't have any questions, I'm out.
Does anyone, but so that Bob doesn't have to say, any questions for him necessarily?
No.
No.
If you want, you can put me back down as a an audience member, and I'll just keep going.
Sure, no problem.
All right.
All right, thank you. Okay, so we have that correction there. It's in the rationale. So really, this is just clarifying the definition to line it up with the code here. So board members, any additional comments or questions on this one? And if I don't, I can't see everybody at the same time. So if I miss you, just give a holler. But okay, so comments from the public? Please raise your hand if you have a comment on this particular bylaw. We're going to go in order. Okay, I don't see anything there. Okay, the next part is the zoning bylaw, section 702040. So what we would do here is we delete the text shown below and strike through and add the text below that's underlined. And for this particular article related to temporary structure, the rationale is, again, clarifying the definition so it's in line with the code. You can see here, certificate of zoning compliance is an occupancy permit where zoning compliance is built in. The town does not issue zoning compliance certificates on a standalone basis. So that's the rationale before that, by that. Any board comments on this one? Okay, any public comments on this one? Okay. Next one, we have section 702040. And by the way, for anyone who doesn't have a zoning bylaw book on their desk at home, there is a copy of the zoning bylaws posted on the Northborough website. So if you ever want to look at them or follow along, that's where you would find the zoning bylaws. For this particular one, is related to structures. So that's, I want to make sure everyone can see both parts of it. So the rationale for this amendment, it just again clarifies the zoning definition. So consistent with building code regarding exemptions for the requirement of a building permit. So this is just getting our definition, our zoning definitions in line here. Any comments from board members on this one? Okay, any comments from the public? Oh, geez, do I have a, oh, Lisa, I'm sorry, I missed, I'm sorry if you had it up earlier, I'm not sure. I'm gonna allow you to talk here, and if I missed you for a previous bylaw, that's okay. Hi, Lisa, just your name and address?
13 Maple. Actually just two, this one and then the one before I was asking about the temporary signage.
Sure, okay, so do you have one for this one, structure?
Yeah, just the fast question to that is all they're doing is making the height another foot higher so that you don't have to go before planning, before a permit, correct? So standard is 6 feet, now they're saying 7 feet.
Let's see. I think, yes, so it looks like that's up so that it's in line with the building code. I don't know. Lori, do you want to speak? Is there any other reason for this one, or is it a building code issue?
Bob had suggested this change, so I am assuming the rationale he provided is he wanted consistency with the building code.
Okay, Bob, I see your hands up. Is that the premise of this one here?
Yes, can you hear me?
We can, yeah.
Okay, great. The building code a few years ago now changed the permit requirements of fences from 6 feet to 7 feet. Ostensibly because typically when you buy a 5 or 6 foot section of fence, At the home store, by the time you get it installed, it's more like 7 feet. So the building code changed the sign requirement to the fence requirement to 7 feet. So all we're doing here is making the zoning code agree with the building code.
Got it. Okay, Lisa, does that answer your question for that one?
Yes, that's fine.
Okay, and you had one, the previous one you said, I'm sorry, I missed you. Your name was at the top, so I didn't see your hand there. The temporary structure?
Yes, it says temporary signs or other temporary outdoor advertising shall be in accordance with section 709040.
Right. That is the town sign bylaw.
Yeah, the section, but what's the exception? What is it accepted to? The 12-month to 180 day?
A structure like tents, temporary buildings, temporary structures are fine. Okay, temporary signs or other temporary outdoor advertising, that is the exception. The temporary signs and the outdoor temporary advertising shall still be in accordance with the sign bylaw. So this temporary structure definition that we're massaging does not apply to the sign bylaw.
Okay, and that sign bylaw for temporary signage is still a 30-day thing, right?
Temporary signs in the sign bylaw is 56 days in a calendar year.
Okay. Has it always been 56?
As long as I've been here, yeah.
Oh, it's temporary outdoor sport. Okay, all right, that's fine.
Okay,
Thanks so much.
sure.
Okay, Carter, Brannon, you have a question? And if it was a previous bylaw, that's okay.
Yeah. So yeah, this was for the changing the like structure definition. And the fence height. I was just wondering if the change would potentially like adversely impact the town's ability to regulate fences.
What?
Oh, so we're going to fences? Are we on the 6 to 7 feet?
Changing it from 6 to 7 feet.
Okay. So the question is whether or not that would impact the town's, sorry, you're breaking up a little bit, to the ability to
regulate fences.
Okay.
Why?
I mean, in some parts of the town, I mean, fences could have an impact on, say, wildlife in some of the less developed parts of town. And there may be a reason to say someone should not build a fence that is of a certain height, as it could obstruct wildlife traveling across their property.
It's, if I may, but most of his question was really garbled and I couldn't understand it. But in terms of the fence regulations in town overall, there's not really a lot to any kind of a fence regulation aside from that it needs to be on your own property. If it's less than 7 feet, it needs a permit. If it's more than 7 feet, it does need a permit. And you know, we really don't take into account you know, neighbors, you know, not getting along and putting up a taller fence if they want to pull a permit. We don't necessarily worry that much about wildlife. One of the requirements for fences is that it cannot create a blind spot or a visual impact. And typically we had one this past year where a gentleman put up a fence, did not require a permit, but he put it up and it caused a big traffic visibility issue. So I had the town DPW director and the fire and the police chief go out, take a look at it, agree with me. I approached the homeowner who put up the fence. He gladly took it down, and he actually had his property surveyed, reinstalled the fence according to comfortable sight lines and distances, and the issue was solved. But like I said before, there's not a lot of requirements for a fence in Northborough. I don't know if that answers your question.
Yeah, no, that answers my question. I guess my opinion is that perhaps the town should have more regulations regarding fences.
Well, that would be up to the planning board and a bunch of creative people to come up with the fence bylaw.
Great suggestion, Carter. Thanks so much. Okay, let's see. I think we're on the next one. Let me make sure we didn't miss it. Nope, that's structure. Okay, we have the 703050 site plans, paragraph A2. So you can see what was added here. This proposed amendment aims to clarify that a special permit with site plan approval only applies to special permit uses as identified in the table of uses. If a by right use as specified in the table of uses triggers a different type of special permit, whether groundwater, floodplain, etc., then site plan approval will be performed in accordance with section 703050 A1 or 3 if the applicability thresholds are met. Any additional board comments or questions? Okay, any public questions? And I see one here, Jack Wickstead. Question or comment from you, Jack?
Hi, it's John Wickstead from 2 Stirrup Lane. Can you hear me?
We can, yeah.
So could you just explain this a little bit more clearly for me? Would this address the issue where we have sort of 2 parallel pathways for special site permit? I know we raised that issue at town meeting last year, and I would urge the board to raise it again. You know, this situation that we just saw with our 3-hour meeting on 0 Bartlett Street largely stems from problems in the bylaw where it's not clear what kind of criteria we need to apply for special permits.
So you hit that on the head. I think this is to make that clearer. And so there is that more specific guidance. Lori, do you want to add to that? You were the one who came in as an outsider and kind of looked at our bylaws and realized how jumbled some sections were.
Yeah, the wording in the zoning bylaw as it currently exists is not clear because as you can see, so the additional language that I recommend that we add is the in accordance with section 7-05-030 table of uses. So the way the language is today, it pretty much implies that anytime you're looking for a special permit, then you look at the criteria, the approval of the decision criteria for special permit with site plan approval. But that's not correct because the special permit with site plan approval criteria pertains to the use itself. Oh, sorry about that. So when you have a by right use, the use is not a question. The town in the zoning bylaws has stated that this is a use that's going to be acceptable for this particular district, and there's no further relief needed. So when you have site plan approval, you're not approving the use. What you're approving is essentially the proposed development plan. So you're ensuring that the development plan complies with the rules and regulations and the zoning bylaws. And if it does comply, then it's not a discretionary permit. It has to be approved.
Does that help to answer the question, Jack?
Yeah, that does. It helps to answer the question. I guess I would say also, like, you know, I'm sure you guys have had the town council review all this stuff, but, you know, just figuring out again, like, I'm not an attorney and I don't, you know, you guys clearly understand the zoning bylaws far better than I ever will. But, you know, having some way to stop this process from happening whereby, you know, there's multiple ways to get a special permit through town is really problematic. And I appreciate the effort that you guys are going to try and block that, you know, that hole in the bylaws, because it's, you know, it's clearly a procedural issue that can be exploited, you know, not to the town's benefit.
Duly noted. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, we have another question here. Lisa Maselli. Oops.
Hi,
Lisa?
Lisa Maselli, 13 Maple. 2 questions on this. What happens when a use variance is applied? And does this make the special granting permit authority 1 or 2 different authorities?
Good question. That's a tough one this late at night. Laurie, do you So if you get a variance, go ahead.
So if you have a variance, then if you meet the triggers for site plan approval, then you would just go by the regular site plan approval criteria, decision criteria. So you wouldn't look at the special permit with site plan approval decision criteria. It wouldn't apply. And then your second question is very late at night, so I'm having trouble remembering what it was. So if you could
Oh,
remind
it's
me,
okay,
that'd be great.
I have what it was. Does it separate where there are two special granting authorities? There are two. We want to make just one. Is that what this is about?
No, it has nothing to do with the approval authority. So we do have something in our regulations, in our zoning bylaws already that say that site plan approval will be performed by whoever is the special permit granting authority. So if it's the ZBA that's issuing a special permit, then the ZBA will also be the site plan approval authority. If there's no special permit necessary and they're just applying for site plan review, then it's the planning board that's the approval authority.
Okay, so it still gets back to then, because the zoning does carry variances, the planning board doesn't, that anything with a variance would then be going through the special permit granting authority of the ZBA.
Well, if it's a variance, then it's not a special permit. So they're completely different animals. So if it's a variance, it would go to the ZBA, but the site plan approval authority would be the planning board. Because there's no caveat for, if it's a variance, then the ZBA would also be the site plan approval authority.
Oh, okay, sounds like you said something else, but.
So wait, I did hear something. So it sounds like if there's a variance, it goes to the ZBA first, deals with the variance, then they do the site plan review with the planning board.
Correct. So it's only in a circumstance where you have a special permit. So if you have a special permit that's going to be issued by the ZBA, then the ZBA would also be the site plan approval authority. If the special permit is going to be issued by the planning board, then the planning board is the site plan approval authority.
Mm-hmm.
So there's the special language about the ZBA also being the site plan approval authority doesn't have any reference to variances.
Does that answer your question, Lisa?
Yes, although then it seems as though we still have the two vehicles for granting that Jack Wickstead was hoping was only going to be one. Am I correct?
So this doesn't solve the problem of changing the SPGA. It just solves the problem of the use table and clarifying what to do based on the use, whether it requires a special permit. So not solving the SPGA.
All right.
So the issue is that we have something called special permit with site plan approval, which is very confusing because what type of special permits trigger the decision criteria of special permit with site plan approval. So this attacks that problem because now we're clarifying that it's only special permits in the use table. So they're completely different issues.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
All right. Thanks for bringing that up. Okay, the next one we have is the 703050 special permit site plan approval. So this is amending it by, this is clarifying the rules and regulations, pointing to the planning board. In this case, we do that because the ZBA has not adopted its own rules and regulations pertaining to site plan approval. The ZBA agrees that the planning board rules and regs pertaining to site plan review are comprehensive and well-written. It would like to use them in their entirety. Any board questions or additional comments on this one? Okay, any public comments on this one? Okay, I don't see any at this time. Okay, the next one is zoning bylaw 705020, classification of uses, paragraph C, 4C. In this case, we are deleting the maximum gross floor area of accessory dwelling units. We're removing 25% and changing 700 square feet to 800 square feet and removing the text, whichever is greater. Rationale for this is the purpose of the amendment is to place a reasonable size limit on accessory dwellings. As currently written, the bylaw enables a detached accessory dwelling equivalent to the size of many single-family homes to be built on a residential property when existing single-family homes is large. So, for example, they contain a gross floor area of 4,000 square feet or more. So by eliminating the maximum size allowance of 25% of this gross floor area of the existing dwelling and setting a maximum gross floor area 800 square feet, the accessory dwelling unit will be a more reasonable size and truly accessory or equivalent to a large one-bedroom apartment or small two-bedroom apartment. Any additional comments or questions from the board on this one? Okay, any public comments on this one? Okay, I don't see any on this one. Next one is 705020, classification of uses, paragraph J2B3. In this case, we are removing the text shown here, crossed out. Let's see, hold on, let me back up here. So we're crossing out one dwelling unit per industrial establishment on the same lot as an incidental to a permitted industrial use occupied by the owner or employee, such as a watchman's or caretaker's quarters. Okay, so I'm back on track with this one. Why is solar? Oh, this just happens to be, this is
The next one moving up.
Yeah, because I'm eliminating number 3, I wanted to
gotcha.
make
Okay.
solar photovoltaic installation number 3.
I'm going to challenge you to say that word again.
Goodness. I
Okay.
could if it were earlier in the evening.
Okay.
I'm a little tongue-tied.
I'm just teasing. Okay, so here's the rationale here. So situating a dwelling unit on the same parcel as an industrial establishment is a remnant of early industrial times when a mill owner or foreman lived adjacent to the mill to reduce commuting distance, oversee workers, and protect the mill from fire or theft. So modern conveniences such as telephones, security cameras, sprinklers, automobiles make it unnecessary for industrialists or caretakers to live in or adjacent to their industrial building. So many industrial uses are incompatible with this and or could be hazardous to residential living. So this proposed change eliminates the establishment of a new dwelling unit within or on the same parcel as a permitted industrial establishment. Any additional questions or comments from the board? Any comments from the public on this one? Carter Brannon. Hi, Carter.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can, yep.
Okay, so yeah, I was a little bit confused by part of the rationale for it. I can understand that there's some uses that should not have housing near, industrial uses that should not have housing near them. But I mean, that's many industrial uses, not all of them. And if there's, I guess, more of a procedure to determine what could or could not be compatible. My biggest issue was the part where the reasoning that it's modern conveniences such as automobiles would make it unnecessary to have people, live near the industrial areas. I don't really understand why or I disagree that, the planning should expect reliance on automobiles, and I feel like it should actually discourage reliance on automobiles throughout the planning in the town, as automobile-centered planning is kind of causes just sprawl and seems harmful to the town. Thanks, that's all I had to say.
Sure. Okay. So just to clarify, though, I'm not sure if this was clear. It's really about having a dwelling unit on the same parcel. So I think that's a little bit of the distinction here. I don't know, Lori, would you want to expand on that a little bit or just speak to it to put it in perspective there?
Yeah, I mean, zoning was created about over 100 years ago for the purpose of separating out industrial uses and residential uses because they're rarely compatible. So if there were an exception, certainly if this were to get approved by town meeting, then they could always go to the Board of Appeals and ask for a variance for special use. But when I'm looking at the use table at the various types of uses that are identified as industrial uses, I just am not seeing that a residential apartment, within a warehouse or a trucking facility, or a manufacturing facility or research and development, why that would be necessary to do that and why that would be prudent to do that. But this is my rationale for, the change. So certainly, you can,
Yeah,
people can certainly
I was just
disagree
gonna
with the
say,
rationale.
So just to clarify too, the rationale for the people in the public, this is not going to be a part of the bylaw. So Cardi brought up a point about automobiles, a good point about that. I wasn't sure if you were worried this part would be included in the bylaw or not. So I just want to clarify, this is just a way so we can kind of translate all the zoning language into what that means in, more user-friendly terms for the, for residents who may not be as familiar with the language of a bylaw.
Oh, yep. Thank you. Yeah, I think I just disagree a little bit with the rationale.
Gotcha. Okay, great. Thank you so much. Great point. Okay, any other comments on that? I don't see any. Okay, the next one we have is the section 706030, table of density and dimensional regulations. So in this case, oh shoot, we have the dimensional chart. So I got to flip over here. Let's see. I have to stop sharing for a second. Hold on here. Okay, so dimensional chart, I'm going to bring that up. And Lori, if it doesn't look like the right one, please let me know. It is attached to the same email from the last file. So does this look right to you?
It does, yes.
Okay, so now that I have the dimensional chart up, I can't read the rationale. So Amy, do you want to take that one? Are you following along? Do you want to share the bylaw and the rationale for this one?
Okay, I'll go look for it. I don't have them up, but
Oh, you
they're on
don't
the
have it up?
website, right?
Okay.
I
Yeah.
have it if you want me to go through
Oh,
it.
sure, that'd be great.
So essentially lot coverage is defined in the zoning bylaw as the portion of the area of a lot which is covered by principal and accessory structures. So by adding a maximum lot coverage requirement to the residential A, the residential B, and the residential C districts, the town would be able to limit the amount of the property that can be covered by structures. So this would include a home, a garage, a barn, shed, enclosed swimming pool, etc. Items that would not be included within the lot coverage calculation are driveways, parking areas, walkways, uncovered patios, and uncovered swimming pools. They are considered to be either principal or accessory structures, as they are not, not considered to be structures.
Okay. Any board questions or comments on this one? Any public comments or questions on this one? Oops. Lisa Maselli. Hi, Lisa.
Hi, Lisa Maselli, 13 Maple. Years ago, the beginning of 2000, I had written some bylaws with building height because we didn't have any. And I'm looking at Business East and I see 45 feet. Is that 3-story complete or is that 3-story plus roof? And is that higher than it had been in the past?
Do you happen to know that, Lori, or no?
I'd have to look at the definition for building height. So I can read it to you if you like. It says, building height shall be measured as the vertical distance from the average finished grade at the perimeter of the building to the average height of the highest roof plane. Building height shall not include spires, cupolas, antennas, or similar parts of structures which do not enclose potentially habitable floor space.
Okay, you just said which do not include potentially habitable floor space?
Correct. Which do not enclose potentially habitable floor space.
So you could not put like a third story up there. It would just be attic or whatever.
So on 45 feet, in most locations, that's defined as 3 stories. So I would imagine that in the downtown business district, that would be 3 stories.
So in Business East, because we're smaller in this area, I'm wondering why we couldn't put that at least down to 40 and not even 35 feet. Because we only have 1 3-story building in this Business East, and that's the dental building.
So I think for this bylaw, well, it'd be, I guess it would be an additional change to this bylaw is what you're suggesting.
Yes, it's suggesting bringing that height down.
Mm.
Because if you look at all the structures that we have, they're usually 1 story. There may be I don't even know. I'm thinking where there's a 2-story, and that may be 130 Maple. I may at 130 Main. But 3-story, the only one we had was the dental building, and I think that may have been put up before that, the maximum height.
White Cliffs, of course. We have a proposal further on down to rezone White Cliffs.
Yeah.
So that certainly is a tall building. And I believe that the building at the end of the hill, what is that? 1 East Main. I think that's also 3 stories, isn't it?
Is that what you're calling the dental?
Yeah, the dental building is the only 3-story.
Yeah.
I think White Cliffs is a home? And is it a difference between a residential and business? Business is commercial.
Lori might be talking about Aluminum City, or is that downtown business?
I would hesitate to make a change that could negatively impact buildings that currently exist in the district. I think maybe we should table this and think about it, maybe for next year. I feel kind of uncomfortable to just go ahead and do this on the fly.
That's fine. We can go on to the next one.
Okay. All right. Thanks for your comment there, Lisa. Eric Martin, you have a comment? Oops. Hi, Eric.
Yeah, hi. Hello, Eric Martin, 32 Weston Terrace. I just want to, I'm not quite sure regarding Ms. Maselli's comment with the building height. I mean, typically building height codes are for fire safety, right? It's what the fire apparatus can handle and such. So I agree with Lori's point on, like, I think modifying the building code because of the buildings that we currently have is not a good idea. Where if we're trying to do some innovation and such, and especially with the master plan, shrinking the maximum building size right now doesn't, if we can handle it, if the infrastructure can handle it, I think shrinking the building size might stifle innovation. So I'm concerned about that.
Okay. Good comment. It sounds like we're not going to approach that change or consider that change for this year, but that's a good comment. Thank you.
No problem. Thank you.
Okay, I think Carter, do you have another comment here? I can't tell if you raise your hand.
Yeah, I just had a curiosity question, I guess, as to why the proposal was chosen to propose having maximum lot coverage as opposed to minimum open space.
So initially, the conversation was the concern about very large structures in some of these residential areas. We were talking about duplexes, but we've also talked about other types of housing and how there isn't, there's a lot of, creep where there is mostly, a parcel is mostly taken up by structures instead of open space. So that was the intent, was to limit the size of structures. So that's what drove this lot coverage requirement. Most towns do have lot coverage requirements in almost every district. Some towns have minimum open space requirements. When you have a parcel of 80,000 square feet and you're limiting all of your structures to 25%, chances are people aren't going to pave the balance of their lot. Chances are it's either going to be forest or it's going to be grass. So I think a minimum open space requirement is less of a concern in large lot districts, but I guess it could be applicable to the 20,000 square foot RC district if folks were interested in adopting a minimum open space requirement.
So is something in the future?
We could look at that for next year if you'd like.
Okay, that's a great thought. Thanks for bringing that up, Carter.
And I guess just because we're talking about possible future changes to this, but would the town consider changing its lot coverage and open space requirements for industrial areas, as those have been kind of controversial?
Yeah, that's another great point. Maybe we look at this in entirety and just kind of look at where we are today, and if it still matches where, whatever our master plan is, where we want to be, what we anticipate for the future. It's a great point.
There was a point like years ago, probably before you were on the board, where we were gonna have more open space in industrial, but then it never went back to anything.
Okay. All right. Anything else on that one, Carter?
If we're just talking about long-term future stuff, but in my opinion, I think the town could benefit from adding more zoning districts to better reflect the current situation of the town.
Yeah, it's a great point. In the past, we've considered breaking out industrial even as well to different varying levels and just trying to better align it with our current situation. So certainly something we talked about before, and I think we definitely want to keep on our radar for the future. All right. Great. Thanks so much for that. Looks like we have Scott Rogers. I'm going to bring you in. Hi, Scott.
Hey, good evening. Yeah, Scott Rogers, 26 Tomahawk Drive. Just because the table's been up here for a while, and I might just not be able to see it on the screen, but footnote 4, I don't see a 4 in the table.
Oh, okay. Let's see. What's going on here with 4?
And I don't know if that's left over from a previous change. Not a big thing. It's just I happen to notice it's up.
Do you know what that is?
We have to look at the original table. It might just have been a typo.
Right, because there's one, or one of those 3. No, because it's not industrial, so it wouldn't even make sense. It would have to be on the industrial line.
It is also
in industrial. I think the 4 should be next to the I, because lot regulations that apply to industrial uses that abut residential districts that refers to a section in the zoning code that talks about industrial uses that abut residential districts, increases the, I believe is a setback of the minimum distance. So I believe 4 should be attached to I industrial.
I can make sure that I include that. That must have been a scrivener's error because I'm looking at the original table 2. And the number 4 is also missing from that table. So probably somewhere along the line as the zoning bylaw was republished or reprinted, the 4 was dropped.
Okay, so we'll fix that. And sometimes for one like that, if it's just a clerical thing, does that require any sort of?
I could put an underline under the 4, just to clarify that we're just adding the missing footnote.
Okay.
Hysterical.
All right. Thanks, Scott, for finding that. Let's see. Okay, I'm going to switch back. I don't see any additional comments for that. I'm going to switch back over to the let's see. Here we go. Okay, so I'm going to share again. All right, we should be back to the zoning bylaws page. Can everybody see that? I want to make sure I didn't skip anything. That was lot coverage. Okay, so next is 707-010 groundwater protection overlay district. So this one is adding text about when a lot's partially in one groundwater protection area and partially in another area. So this amendment clarifies the minimum lot size requirement for parcels and buildings straddling 2 or more groundwater protection areas. So this is something, Fred, I think you brought this forward as a fix that needed to be made just to help clarify our bylaws. Is there anything else you'd add to that, Fred? Oops, we can't hear you there.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah, that says it all. We were just trying to clarify what we've been doing for many years and relaying that to residents, and in reviewing it with a fresh set of eyes that Lori brought forward, it seemed like we could make it a little more clear. So that's all we're trying to do.
Okay. Any additional board comments or questions on this one? Any public comments on this one? Okay, I don't see any. The next one is for 709-020. This is for site design standards, paragraph C6. This is adding utilities, and I think this is something that Bob Frederico had a minor edit to. So Lori, with that edit, what will this now say? Do you happen to have utilities?
Sure.
Yes.
So sorry. The new language of number 6, utilities. Utilities including telephone, cable, and electric services shall be placed below ground. So I'm going to eliminate the words within conduit.
Okay, so that will be eliminated from that line. This amendment requires new construction and or substantial non-residential additions, expansions, or reconstruction projects that trigger site plan review to place telephone, cable, and electric services underground. Well, I guess we would remove that from the rationale, though it doesn't matter a whole lot. Any board questions or comments on this one? Okay, any public comments or questions on this one? Okay, I don't see any here. Oops, let me double check. Nope. Okay. The next bylaw is 709-030, off-street parking and loading, paragraph B1C. So this is adding no driveway shall be installed. This is another one that Bob Frederico had an edit to. So this new line would read, how would that read now?
So letter C would read, no driveway shall be installed, comma, or expanded to, comma, within 5 feet of a side lot line.
Okay, And the reason for this is the 5 feet side setback requirement for driveways will provide open space for snow storage, drainage, plantings, and fencing. Are there any board comments or questions on this one? Okay, are there any public comments on this one? Okay, we have Carter. Do you have a comment or question on this one?
I mean, I have a couple just questions. One is how this would impact like existing driveways.
Okay, how would this would not be applied to existing driveways, I assume?
No, those would be grandfathered.
Okay.
But also for a driveway that's being expanded, if it's currently within 5 feet and someone wants to expand part of that, would that also cause issues?
That would. So if this word change would mean that they would not be able to expand their driveway within that 5-foot setback.
Okay. And then the other question is how that might impact, say, and I don't know what the current plans of this are, but they've been talking about changes with, downtown and stuff. But whether this works in, say, the expansion or creation of a more dense residential neighborhood, which my understanding the state is kind of encouraging towns to change their zoning to accommodate.
I don't expect that this will interfere with that.
Okay.
So most towns have a side setback requirement for driveways. In fact, the town that I worked in for many, many years had a 10-foot side setback requirement for driveways. And they have a very dense downtown. So I don't anticipate any issues.
And would this impact like common driveways that would potentially be on a like side lot line or across it?
Those are permitted through the planning board through a special permit process. So that would, it has the possibility of being looked at through that permitting and waived through that process.
Okay, thank you.
Great, thanks so much. We also had on this a while back, Doug Stone sent feedback to the board. I don't know if anyone remembers, it was a while ago because he commented back when we were talking about this. He had a question that just in terms of how practical this is. So if you had a driveway with a side entry garage under the property, the driveway has to swing out towards the side property line. So that way you could just get in and out. And then he suggested that given sometimes 40-foot foundation lengths and 15-foot building side setbacks, it shortens the elbow room to get in and out of the garage. So is there any consideration to this in terms of, does this impact the ability to have that kind of room? Do we foresee this creates a problem for people, or is this a standard bylaw that we're sort of just replicating here? So I get Lori, any thoughts on
So the community that I worked for, like I said, we had a 10-foot side setback for driveways. However, it was limited to the front yard setback. So once you pass the 25 feet requirement for the front yard setback, then you could go closer to the side lot line. So we could modify this to include a provision like that if you'd like. Otherwise, you would be stuck with a 5-foot side setback everywhere along the side lot line.
Do you recommend that?
I can see the benefit when you are talking about side entry garages.
How does the board feel
If it
about
was a
that?
new construction, it would just make, like if you're thinking about the duplex, if it's a new construction, it would just make the building a little smaller, 5 feet on each side. But if it was a current driveway and they were redoing it, they would be grandfathered. So it'd be only someone who's doing a new driveway. But I'm okay either way. I was just thinking about it.
Any board thoughts on that kind of provision?
I kind of would like to keep the 5 foot all around.
Okay,
I like the 5 foot partly because of things like snow clearance and just distance buffering.
Somebody be able to request some type of variance?
Yes.
oh, okay,
Process to get around it.
yeah, so that solves that then. Amy, is that okay with you?
Yeah, it would be a dimensional variance.
Okay. Lisa, do you have a comment on this one? Oops, nope, I guess not. I thought I saw your hand up. Oh, it is, okay.
It was up. I was just going to agree with them. I don't think at this late date, we should be adding a whole lot of information.
Okay. Point taken, thank you. Okay, next we have section 709040, signs, paragraph B, definitions. So this would add 2 definitions here, externally illuminated sign and internally illuminated sign. So the rationale is the town currently allows both. However, they're not defined in our zoning bylaw. So this just adds them in to reflect current zoning. Are there any board questions on this one? Any public comments on this one? Let's see. Scott, you have something for this one? Hi, Scott.
Yeah, and I just didn't have the full bylaw in front of me, but looking at the numbering 12 and 19, is there a reason for the separation?
Lori, do you know on that one?
They're in alphabetical order.
Oh, thanks, Amy. I forgot it.
Thank you.
I'm pretty sure that's what they are. I don't have it actually, but we went
That
through it
makes
last
sense.
year.
All right, great. Thanks for pointing that out. Carter, do you have something for this one? Let's see. Oh, shoot. Did I get you in here? Oh, Carter, you there?
Yep. Hi. This is just a really petty thing, but is there any particular reason why the A is capitalized in one of them and lowercase in the other?
Oh, no, I suppose not. Maybe we just keep it consistent one way or the other. I don't think that matters in terms of, we can just change that, Lori, one way or the other to match when it all goes in.
Oh,
Okay.
that's so
Happy
funny.
to do that. Yep.
We'll match that up for our proofreaders in the audience. Thanks, Carter. Let's see. All right, let's see. Next, we have the rezoning of 167 Main Street, White Cliffs Mansion. So in this case, I'll switch over to the map so that everyone can see it. But I will read, it's not as simple as just crossing out text. So I'm going to just share this. So this will see if the town will vote to amend Northborough zoning map by removing land located at and known as 167 Main Street as shown on the assessor's map. 53 is parcel 73, and the land located at and known as 0 Main Street as shown on the assessor's map. 53 is parcel 155. This would be from the residential C zoning district, which is also abbreviated as RC, and placing these parcels in the business E or BE zoning district, or take any action relative thereto. So the reason, rationale for this rezoning White Cliffs Mansion property of Business East facilitates its reuse by allowing a greater diversity of residential, business, institutional, and mixed uses by right and by special permit. While a portion of the property is currently zoned Business East, historic building is located within the Residence C district, which is primarily a single family use district. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to switch over to the map that we have. So I think that would be helpful for people to see. I'm going to pull that up. Oops, a little too big.
Is this, who brought this one forward? Just curious. Or how was this brought forward?
Well, is this from you, Lori, this one?
Yeah, this was my recommendation to the White Cliffs Committee. When we were going through the process of trying to recruit folks who would be interested in reusing the property. What I realized is how limiting the zoning is. There's only a couple of different uses that the building could be under the current zoning. So either they'd have to go to the ZBA and get a use variance to allow even the use, the long time use of an event venue that would not be allowed under the current zoning. And of course, the property has lost its grandfathering. So pretty much under the current zoning, the only thing you can do is a single family home, a 2-family home, an assisted living establishment, a bed and breakfast. So you're just extremely limited. And then there are a couple of other uses like agricultural uses. You can do a nursing home by special permit.
Okay, board comments on this one. Amy.
Since we don't have a commercial application coming forward for White Cliffs, I would recommend we pass over this one because we don't have a business use in front of us. And it would have to go to RFP again, and to dispose or to pass on White Cliffs, it has to go in front of a special town meeting. So you could do the zoning change and the handoff of the parcel at the same time.
I'd agree with that.
I am concerned that under the existing recommendation of the Metro West, the affordable housing, they are proposing for the first floor to be used as event space, which wouldn't be allowed under the current zoning without getting a variance. So there is that issue.
I think for the Metro West one, we're gonna go to a special town meeting. So couldn't it all go to the same special town meeting, depending on how the negotiations work out? I would hate to change it to a business use before we know. It changes the whole site.
I think my only concern is what's the message we send by doing that, by passing this over, right? That we're limiting what we want anyone to do to that property. So you're limiting your pool of potential buyers. Because
We don't have another pool unless we go out to RFP again.
well, but you're still limiting it. Even, I mean, this is going to, if it doesn't get done now, it's going to go up back out to RFP, right? But do we really want to limit the pool of potential proposals by leaving this as a residentially zoned area? I don't see the financial benefit to the town in doing that.
Well, that's an interesting point you make, Bill. But it was like this when we did our first RFP process. Do we feel like that precluded anyone applying, or do we even know? I guess we wouldn't know.
In the original RFP, it said we were going to change this.
It said we would change it.
Right. That was part of the RFP.
Or we would move to change it. We wouldn't have been able to guarantee a change, but we would continue to move to change it if the proposal presented something that the town was interested in.
Yeah, remember when we discussed this, when Brett came to the planning board meeting and we discussed the interest in rezoning, and at that time you folks were on board with submitting this to town meeting. So I would still recommend going forward, of course. You know, if the townspeople don't want to rezone it, then they would vote it down at town meeting. But it does send a message if we don't rezone it.
Okay.
In my opinion, I don't know if it does, because we said that I think in previous meetings, we said we wouldn't push it forward if it didn't match what we were trying to do. But it's up to everybody else.
My concern, so the Metro West proposal is an affordable housing proposal. So that would be a Chapter 40B. So that would be LIP. So they would be exempt from zoning, except I'm not quite sure about the hospitality use, the event venue on the first floor, because obviously that's not housing. So I'd have to talk to town council about that. But the thing that I'm concerned about is what if the town doesn't go forward with that proposal? So what if that proposal is washed out, then we're back where we started with a property that's zoned for single family homes and, you know, we don't have a plan. So we're exactly where we were 6 months ago.
Well, I feel like we're there because there may or may not be proposals that were, you know, solid enough to make us change the zoning.
But
Yeah,
again,
that redevelopment of this property is a super heavy lift.
Yeah.
So anything that is, you know, breaking down the impediments, I think would be a positive. It might make it more attractive to somebody who's interested in reusing the property.
I do have to think that there's going to be some impact on the neighborhood around it. So that changes considerably a number of houses all around it.
Well, yeah.
I mean, keep in mind as well, the last use of this before it was let go was something that normally wouldn't have been allowed in its current zoning.
There could always be a use variance because we still have that. So
Right.
if someone came forward and said, I want to do a specific thing like a catering service, you could do a use variance. Without allowing everything in commercial, then you'd have more control. Although actually it wouldn't fit the criteria, so that would make it hard.
But you also have control through site plan review. So, you know, the planning board would still have a bite of the apple through that process. And depending upon the use, it may be a special permit use.
I think we still in my mind, we still put this through and let the citizens decide.
Yeah.
Let them vote on it at town meeting, right? And then we go with whatever they decide.
Okay, well, why don't we take some comments here? I see some hands up. So first I have Anna Sarvidio.
Hi, Anna Servideo, 26 Stratton Way. And yes, I'm going to be very affected by this because it's my backyard. And I guess what I'm confused about is that this is preserved land, and I feel like we're not supposed to be moving forward with a commercial product there. So I feel like it should stay. The town voted for it to be preserved. So I'm unclear as to why it's now going to be commercial.
So what the town approved is the allocation of CPA money to acquire the property. So if it were to be sold, a preservation restriction would be put on the property. So that hasn't, of course, been done. But the goal, of course, would be to protect the historic features that are special. So the preservation restriction would identify what could and could not be done with the historic building, including that it can't be demolished.
I thought the town was moving forward towards preserving it, but it looked like the only thing that's really been done is the roof, and nothing's really happened to try to preserve the building.
Lack of money.
There's not money in from when it was purchased. Thought there was money allocated to update it.
There's only about, I think, $5,000 left in the original kitty.
And where did what was the money all used for that was allocated?
So it was used for the carrying costs of the property. So insurance, utilities, I believe there were a couple of trees that fell down that needed to be cleared. The roof was a super expensive expense. Let's see. There's some mold remediation. There's some
security.
Yeah.
there was a chimney on the front of the building that was beyond repair and had to be taken down. And if anybody's hired a brick mason lately, they don't work cheap. Their kids are going to Harvard.
Anna, are you the same person who submitted a petition as well?
Yes, because this I wasn't really aware until a neighbor reached out and said, do you guys know this is happening? And then it was like, oh my God, I didn't know this was happening. And so it kind of feels like we're very overwhelmed right now.
Yeah,
So
for
I've
sure.
been talking to a lot of people in town and I got 75 signatures in 4 days because I just started the petitions and tried to get them in today just to try to make voices heard.
So the cost estimate to make the building habitable is approximately $10 million.
And is there a way for like preservation grants or ways to try to get that money and make it a functioning establishment again?
There are small grants that are available. So it depends on what the end use is going to be. So there's a variety, like there's a historic preservation grant that's about $100,000 cap. There's little foundation money that you can get here and there. There's tax credits, but in order to get the benefit from the tax credit program, it pretty much has to be owned by a private entity. So it's just a heavy lift.
Okay, because I was looking at the 2020 feasibility study, and that did show that the event space made the most sense in that location. So that's why like all of this is confusing. It's now turning into apartments.
Yeah, so what we're doing tonight, just to help clarify a little bit,
Okay.
and I want to also make sure we acknowledge you submitted a petition. No, you submitted 75 signatures who asked the zoning change not be included at annual town meeting, and you listed the impacts of loss, your perception that, or the petitioner's perception, there's loss of buffer zone, loss of right to quiet enjoyment, loss of property value, increased traffic. And so that email came to the whole board. So we received that, and I assume everybody read that. So what the piece that we're looking at isn't necessarily what goes into White Cliffs, because that's not something this board is able to decide. So what we're looking at is the zoning bylaw piece, which we proposed. This would be whether you change it from a residential C district to a business east zoning.
Yeah.
So it's not, so regardless of what we do with the zoning, it wouldn't change the proposal for that property. So we wouldn't get to decide what goes in there as it relates to this conversation. We would just have the jurisdiction right now of the zoning component of it, however we want to zone that. Does that clarify that a little bit? Okay.
Yeah, I was just hoping for it not to be rezoned, to leave it as it is until the town can make a decision, because I think there's more going on in this. People weren't realizing what was happening as much as they should have been, myself included.
Okay. No, it's a great point. It is really, there is a lot going on that it gets really confusing and twisted. And then I know people are concerned that this particular bylaw is related to the project. So any other comments or questions as it relates to the bylaw piece of it for you? It's just pretty much your concern is with moving forward with it, period.
Yeah, I would like it to wait until the town has talked, and like, instead of moving forward with it, just like hold on a minute. Like,
yep. Gotcha. Okay. Great point. Thanks so much for that and for sharing this. And we all have a copy of that as well.
Thank you.
Okay. Eric Martin. Oops, did I bring you in? No, I didn't. There we go. Oops, Eric Martin.
Hello, Eric Martin, 32 Weston Terrace. I'm on the other side. I drive past the front of White Cliffs multiple times a day, every day. And actually for similar rationale, I actually agree with Mrs. Connors and Mr. Litchfield, where I think going to Business East is a great idea, because if we want to preserve that building, an event space is Business East, right? So regardless of what it is, and also we moved here in 2017, and we were not at that town meeting to approve it, but my neighbors are upset that that White Cliffs is just sitting there. And I think that going forward with redoing this, and as Laurie was saying, reduce the barriers to entry, right? There was 3 proposals submitted, and regardless of how it goes with the Metro West one, if it goes forward, some say good, some say bad. If it doesn't, though, reducing barriers to entry is a positive thing. And even if it gets shot down, just give the residents a chance to discuss it at town meeting.
Okay. That's a great point. Thanks for that. Lisa Maselli.
Hi there, Lisa Maselli, 13 Maple Street. A couple of things. Probably this should be a special town meeting, whatever we do with that property. But the first thing, and that keeps being forgotten, is that in 2016, the Article 42 was using CPC money to preserve the land and the building, not just the building, the land and the building for historic preservation. So it became open space, and it became a law when it was ratified, when it went to the state. You can't just decide that, well, we don't like what it's happening now, and we're going to put something else in there. Are you going to pay the CPC back, the $2.7 million? What's going to happen with the money that was given for that specific reason and taken into law? So having all this discussion about rezoning it and having a whole different project up there doesn't make a lot of sense. And I think that the brakes should be put on, that this zoning change should not be made yet. And we should do what we were supposed to do in that article, which said that the CPC was in charge of finding a viable preservation route. And I didn't find any minutes to that effect that they did any efforts in doing that. So it sat there for 6 years. And now we're in a rush to get rid of it because it's unsightly. I think that preservation is important. I think that the land is important to preserve. And I don't think that this one piece of property is going to bring in a great deal of income for the town. And certainly with the Metro West proposition, it's going to bring zero. It's going to bring in zero money. It's going to cost us more money, and it makes no sense. So that's my opinion.
Thank you, Lisa, for sharing that. Okay, Carter Brannon.
Yeah, I just, in kind of response to some of the earlier discussions about the message that passing over the article would send, I was just kind of curious whether people thought it would send a different message to pass over the article as opposed to voting it down at town meeting.
That's a good question.
If
Yeah,
these
I guess I would.
if the article's voted down, then it can't be brought back for 2 years.
Is that a risk then?
Yeah. I do just want to point out, though, that rezoning doesn't preclude preservation. And I think that there's been maybe some concern that just because it's rezoned doesn't mean we aren't preserving it. We can't preserve it.
That's a good point, Millie.
I have another quick comment too, not on White Cliffs, but on bringing it back for 2 years. In another town, Lancaster, they voted down a warehouse and then they brought it back 6 weeks later. And I questioned their town just because I was curious. And she said that if the planning board approves of a warrant going forward and you have a petition from a group of people, you can bring it back. They said they didn't have to wait 2 years.
It's my understanding that if you bring forth an article, a zoning article, and it gets denied at town meeting, then if you want to submit it again for consideration exactly as it was originally proposed, you have to wait 2 years. If you want to modify the zoning, so say, the decision was, well, we're not going to do business east, we're going to zone it downtown business, then you could do that.
No, I knew that because we've always said that here. And I asked her point blank, I said, did you change the wording? And she said, word for word. She said, I can show it. I'll send it to you later. Because she said, as long as the planning board approved the article, they did a special town meeting and it went forward and it approved it. So it'd be interesting to see what the Attorney General does.
So, but then it does bring up a point about risk. So if we bring this forward to town meeting, it's a highly sensitive topic and it gets shot down. And then we actually do get a proposal that does require business east. We have no option to change that zoning for 2 years to business east.
Right, but it would get shot down either way. It would get shot down after the proposal was made by the town.
But if somebody had it connected to a proposal versus like a random zoning decision, does it matter? Like if you come to town meeting, a special town meeting with a full package, here's the proposal, here's the zoning that's required to make it happen. Does that make it more palatable versus like, you don't know what the plan is, but here's our zoning that's going to come, cart before the horse a little bit, or whatever the saying is. And it gets shot down because nobody understands what's happening. It just sounds like a confusing mess. And then we're stuck. I don't know.
So the goal here is to find an occupant for the White Cliffs mansion. So that's the goal. Currently, the way it's zoned, there pretty much is no occupant. There's no hope of getting a use in the building because unless some millionaire comes in or possibly a billionaire who wants to fix up this building and make it a single family home, I just don't see. When you look at the allowable uses in the RC district, possibly somebody would want to turn it into a bed and breakfast, but the margins are just so small that it doesn't have the carrying capacity for the $10 million spend to fix up the building. So if it's rezoned for business, then there's a whole bunch of uses that are possible, including an event venue or a restaurant. So the chance that the building is going to be occupied, that it's going to be redeveloped, is much greater with the rezoning than the way it is currently zoned.
Whether or not that makes sense, it won't matter because people vote on emotion with this building. There's a visceral reaction to the White Cliffs building. So you could say that till you're blue in the face. It doesn't mean that 200 people won't show up with the intention to vote that down, period. So I just think it's something we need to be mindful of. It's the way town meeting works, and we've seen it happen over and over again.
Question for you. If it gets voted down in town meeting, can it still be brought forward to the ZBA under a variance?
Yes, but in that situation, you're putting it in the hands of 5 people instead of putting it in the hands of the 200 plus people that will attend town meeting. So, I mean, I personally, as a planning director, I would prefer it to be zoned properly instead of relying on use variances to make it happen. I think that the fact that it would need to be a use variance makes it more unattractive to businesses or whoever would be interested in purchasing the building, the property, or even renting, because then they have to put their fate in the hands of a ZBA. If it's already zoned properly, then the guesswork is out of the equation. So they know that, okay, the town of Northborough has said they are okay with this being an event venue. So it's zoned properly. When you're trying to sell a property and you're trying to market it as an event venue and it's not even an allowed use, what sort of message is that?
No, I'm with you. That's why I'm saying, even if it's I think it's still our job to put it forward and let the voters decide.
Okay, well, question, let's stop for a second. I see there's a comment in the audience, so I will accept that. But then do we have buffer to continue this hearing to the next planning board meeting so we can be of sound mind when we sort through we have this and a couple more.
Sure, you can continue to the next meeting.
And that'll still put us in line for the warrant. We don't have to worry about that.
Yes.
Okay, but I do want to be mindful if someone had a comment. James Reed, did you have a comment you wanted to make, or did you decide otherwise? I'm happy to accept one if you want to speak. Just raise your hand and you can speak. All right, let's see. Hi, James. Just your name and address.
James Reed, 39 Leland. I do have slight concern of it changing zoning districts. But my other question to the committee is, now mind you, I'm right around the corner from this establishment. How long did we leave it out for some sort of proposals? Because it seemed like it was a pretty short time period. We've acquired this for 6 years, and it seems to me what I've read, you guys have only had it out for a proposal for about a 3-month time window.
Yes, so it was out on the street for 60 days. However, we had a consultant shaking the bushes for probably 30 to 45 days in advance of the release. But the typical process when you put a bid out on the street, a request for proposals, it's usually about a 3 to 4 week turnaround time. So this is much longer than the traditional turnaround time.
All right, thank you for that clarification.
Thanks so much. Okay, and just to clarify, the RFP process did not run out of the planning board. That wasn't under our jurisdiction. So that wasn't anything that we were able to run or weigh in on or any of that. Okay, so any other comments from board members? We can come back to this one. We don't have to end it here, but I just want to try to close by 11:30. So I think we're probably getting tired and it doesn't make sense to continue on. Is there any other comment that any board members want to make before we motion to continue? Okay, so why don't we motion to continue the public hearing to 6 p.m. on, or 6:05 p.m. on February 21st. Does that make sense? If we have Bartlett at 6, we do this at 6:05? Or should we just do them the same time? Maybe get
6:05 works.
The only thing I'm thinking is this is probably quicker than Bartlett, and if we get that done first,
yeah,
then we can be sure we get it finished and we're not up against the clock again.
Yeah, I think we should do this first because we're so close.
Yep.
Okay.
And there might be people waiting who wanted to talk that waited this whole time. So maybe if they come next time, it'll be 6 o'clock.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So why don't we motion to continue the public hearing to 6 p.m. on February 21st, 2023.
So moved.
Second.
Second.
All in favor, Bill?
Aye.
Amy?
Aye.
Anthony?
Aye.
Billy?
Aye.
Carries an aye. So we'll get, that's all set. And then we have, can we skip minutes until the next hearing? Is that okay?
Yep.
All right, so we'll skip minutes. At some point we need, town council said it was okay to book executive session to review our executive session minutes. So we'll have to do that at some point as well, but we don't have to solve that problem now. I just want to put it on everyone's radar. Okay, with that then, is there a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor, Bill?
Aye.
Amy?
Aye.
Anthony?
Aye.
Billy?
Aye.
Carries an aye.